Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 27th Annual Day celebrations of the Veda Adhyayana Kendram. We're going to have a very exciting set of presentations on the theme of ancient epics as resources for contemporary spiritual knowledge, problem solving, and happiness. And we have a very full day of programming today and tomorrow with some excellent speakers, and all of them have provided their abstracts and are prepared to talk on the different insights from epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata, Bhagavatam, Puranam. And the hope is we will all learn to understand how we can solve problems, pursue happiness. And so we're going to hear about life stories, achievements of characters, engaging situations, divine contexts from the epics, and hopefully we can apply it to our contemporary times, because what good is knowledge if we cannot apply it? So I'm happy to welcome you all. This is jointly conducted with the Veda Adhyayana Kendram and World Association for Vedic Studies and the wider Association for Vedic Studies. So our program will start with some prayers and chanting, and Rita will take over as the MC for the program for the rest of the time we have together. So Vasan sir, are you there for the chanting? So we can start chanting. Om
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha
Hari Om.
Om Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Deva. Satyasri is present there. Probably she can join.
Namaste Guruji.
Namaste
You
Guruji.
can start the program.
Yes.
If anybody join.
Harihi Om Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashye Makshabhiryajatraha Sirairangai Istuštuvagam Sastanubhih Vyashema Devahitam Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vruddhashravaham Swasti na Usha Vishwavedaham Swasti nastaksho Arishtanemihi Swasti no Bruhaspatir Dhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti
Om Agnenaya Suphatharaye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidhan Yuyodhyasmajjuhuranamena Bhuishthante Namavuktim Videma. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Brahman Brahmano Brahmavachasi Jayatam
Arashtre Rajanyaham Shura Ishavyo Athivyadhi Maharatho Jayatam Dogdri Denuhum Vodha Natvan Ashus Saptihi Purandhir Yosha Jishnu Ratheshtha Sabheyo Yuvam Asya Ejamanasya Viro Jayatam Nikame Nikame Nah Pajjanyo Vashyatu Phalavatyo Navoshadhayah Pajyantam Yogakshemo Naha Kalpetam Om Shanti 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 Om Apyayantu mamangani Vak pranaschakshuhu Shrotramatho balamindriyani cha sarvani Sarvam brahmaupanishadam Maham brahma nirakuryam Mama brahma nirakarotu Anirakarnamastu anirakarnam me astu Tadatmani nirateya upanishatsu dharmaha Te mayi santu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om.
Thank you very much. Then Sangeetanjali, Rita ji, please take hold. Invite the.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Prabhakar Garu, for this opportunity to moderate for this on this very auspicious occasion. I would like to invite you to conduct the book release.
No, prayer is there, no? There is the Sangeetanjali.
Sangeetanjali is there. I'm sorry. Yes. So, Srimati Duri from Indiana, would you please offer your Sangeetanjali? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Gajavakram surashreshtam karnachamaranopuram pashankushadharam devam vandeham gananayakam vandeham gananayakam Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedhase Raghunathaya Nathaya Sitaya Pataye Namaha Kasturi Tilakam Lalatapalake Vakshastale Kaustubham Nasagre Navamauktikam Karatale Venum Kare Kankanam Sarvange Harichandanan Chakalayam Kante cha Muktavalim Gopastri Pariveshtito Vijayate Gopala Chudamani. Himagiritanaye Hemalate Himagiritanaye Hemalate Himagiritanaye Hemalate Ambaishwari Shri Lalite Mamavahimagiritanaye Hemalate Ambaishwari Shri Lalite Mamavahimagiritanaye Hemalate Ramavani Samsevite Sakale Ramavani Samsevite Sakale Raja Rajeshwari Rama Sahodari Raja Rajeshwari Rama Sahodari Himagiritanaye Hemalate Pashankushekshu Dandakare Amba Pashankushekshu Dandakare Amba Parat Pare Nija Bhakta Pare Pashankushekshu Dandagare Amba Parat Pare निज भक्त परे आशांबरी आशांबरी हरिकेश विलासे आशांबरी हरिकेश विलासे आनंद रूपे अमित प्रतापे आनंद रूपे अमित प्रतापे हिमगिरि तनये हेमलते अम्बरीश्वरी श्रीललिते मामवहिमगिरि तनये हेमलते हेमलते हेमलते.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srimati Duhuri. It was we were very blessed to hear this offering from you. So on behalf of Professor Prabhakar Chalyam and Prasad Chalyam ji, I welcome all you very distinguished guests to this occasion, the annual celebration of Waves Conference. And now I would like to invite Professor Chalyam to release the Veda Ganga Volume 27 and also the two books that Professor Garu has authored, the Book of 1,000 Names of Lakshmi Sahasranamam with notes and meanings, and the second book is Ati Sankshipta Shri Ganesh Purana. Thank you. Go ahead, Professor Chalyam. Would you like to say a few words? And then you will give your talk, I believe, introductory talk on problem solving in epics with focus on spirituality.
Thank you very much. And now I request Prasad to project the books from e-copy, the e-copy of the Veda Ganga Volume 27 and Lakshmi Narasimha Sahasranamam with meanings and all that. Another one is Dr. Ghare has became inspired with the Bhagavata Saptasati done by my Guru Vedavara Subramanya Shastri. So we have these three books, e-copies formally announced, and that it is being released. And the hard copies will be also available in India, and some copies when they come to us will be able to. But it is a great fortune that we are having the 27th volume of Veda Ganga, which is a mine of knowledge. Hundreds of scholars have shared their knowledge, expertise, experience, reflections, and so on in these 27 volumes. And today, in this 27th volume, we have also very interesting articles contributed by many scholars all over the globe. And so that will be there. And we are very happy to get that particular Veda Ganga being released. Now, the second one, the Lakshmi Narasimha Sahasranamam. This is the cover page. We are just showing you the cover page of the Veda Ganga and how the back page, how that in the back page we have the photograph of Alaknanda and Bhagirathi joining together the confluence and flowing as Ganga through Haridwar and others. So that photograph has been sent by one of the students and astrologer Gajanana Bhatt, and that we are able to use it to say that there are rivers and rivers of knowledge, and some rivers join to take another name. And in that context, we have taken the Bhagirathi and Alaknanda to become Ganga. And so this is the photograph at the back of it, and it's very significant. And we have also the Nada associated to our Veda Adhyayana Kendra, So we have got the musical instruments also symbolically. So Nada and Veda, both are Nadas only, and we are having that today. So you can have a view of this, and it is available in the website of our Veda Adhyayana Kendra in future. The next one, Babu. Lalita Sahasranam.
I'll find the book. Let's continue with the program. I'll find the book.
And Ganesha, Sanshipta Ganesha, that also
Yes.
you are able to project.
We'll do it after the next program.
Okay.
I'll find
So
it.
anyway, these are the three important books which are published by our Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra this year, and they are all with all your blessings and permission. We take that e-copy of these three books are released today, and we always invoke the blessings of Veda Purusha, Narayana, and everybody. Thank you very much. Now, Rita.
The next is, I would like to invite Professor Neelakanthan, Professor of Vedic Studies from Kaladi, Kerala, to present the talk. Thank you.
Before that, I have my just introductory talk, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, I just speak and then I'll allow Dr. Neelakanthan from Kerala, who is a professor of Vedic studies, and so I just go with my little presentation for the limited time which has been granted to me, because this 1994 our Veda Adhyayana Kendra came into existence to teach Vedic Suktas and all that, and we have been conducting number of programs. So 27 years means we have covered importantly 27 topics. 27 topics, and with that we have been having number of lectures and scholars participating in the same. Then today, this time we have got the ancient epics as sources for contemporary spiritual knowledge and problem solving and happiness, because this time we have clubbed all the three epics, that is Ramayana, Mahabharata, and also Bhagavatam. Actually, earlier we have done individually for 2 days in the Ragigudda Anjaneya Swami temple and VET, Polytechnic, and so on. Those are all the venues. And don't know, it's all divine plan that this time we are having the three epics at a time, so that we have option to choose the spiritual knowledge embedded in all the three epics. And also these three epics have got a great number of problems connected to our life, connected to our spirituality, connected to so many things. So multifarious problems are there for humans especially, because human beings work by the intelligence, and therefore there are so many things to be met with and answers to be found out. Therefore, this time we are having all the three epics. So as a part of introduction or inauguration of this kind of talk, we have wonderful scholars who have shared their knowledge on certain topics connected to these epics. And now I just go with my topic, that is the problem solving in epics with focus on spirituality and happiness. So, Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Narayanam Namaskruchya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudirayeto Ramaya Ramabhadraya Ramachandraya Vedhase Raghunathaya Nathaya Sitaya Pataye Namaha Rama Rama Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tattuliyam Ramanamavaranane Ramanamavaranane. So Ishvara is so much happy with his wife for the question she put, that give me a brief shortcut for entire Vishnu Sahasranamam. He said Rama is the name. If you say Rama 3 times, you get 1,000 names benefit. 2 into 5, 2 into 5, 2 into 5. 10 into 10 into 10 is equal to 1,000 names. That's how the Rama goes. So take the letter Ra, take the letter Ma in the alphabet. So they become like that. So this is the clue given. That is the solution for spiritual knowledge. And we get all the happiness. What is happiness? It could be ultimately the moksha or emancipation for that. So in this particular sloka, we are told that it is etiquette that we should salute Narayana first, then Nara, the Arjuna, and that is Shiva form also, and the goddess speech Saraswati, and then utter or shout the word Jaya. So Jaya is victory. Jaya is the ultimate finality that we can enjoy. So the Jaya is a very symbolic one, and it just talks about the Jaya, Shatru Jaya, Indriya Jaya, and Dharma Jaya, etc., etc. All these things are Jaya, 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 and Samsara Jaya, and also ultimately Kaivalya Sadhanam, ultimate Jaya is there. And in respect of Ramayana also, we have a number of solutions. That's why Dharma Atma Satya Sandhascha Ramo Dasarathiriyati. So what is the principle that is being told in Ramayana is Dharma and Dharma Atma and Satya Sandha. Dharma and Satya are observed and devoted, devotion towards how best one can overcome the crisis that comes to Dharma and Satya, all that has been well portrayed in Ramayana. And when we come to Bhagavatam, another great problem is that when we come to Bhagavatam, it is a death. You know, you all know that Parikshit Maharaja has been, of course, Parikshit Maharaj has been given, has been cursed by the son of the Rishi, which was very serious, just for the crime of putting the dead serpent over the sage. The son, looking at that kind of mistake, or the anger or emotion or injury by Parikshit Maharaj, he becomes suddenly too much infuriated. Actually, all instances that happened, the Rishi was not knowing at all. He was in deep meditation and tapas. And immediately he said, Takshaka will come and bite him in 7 days and he will die. So there, the death to take away Parikshit in 7 days. So what is the solution? Then he all sages came, then Parikshit Maharaj at the end, the last one of the Pandava dynasty, was going off in 7 days. All sages came, all rishis came, and nobody gave any kind of solution for that. But fortunately, then the Sukha Maharshi, 16 years old, great Gnani, he's a Avadhuta and so on, all people got up and then honored him. And when the question was put to him by that, see, the question was that what is to be done when you have got the death so short and you are going to get out of it? Then he says, Purushasyeha yat karyam mriyamanasya sarvadha. Then the question was, yat stotavyam, yat japyam, yat kartavyam, yat mastavyam, yat bhajaniyam, bruhe yadva vipariyam. That's the question put to that Sukha Maharshi. He says that it is all Narayana. He has got to be praised, he has got to be repeated, his name, and you have got an activity, and like that, in all respects, Narayana is there. That's why when they do it, they become Bhagavata. And so that responsibility was taken by Sukha Maharshi and all that. Even in Mahabharata, also after the war, Krishna took his nephews. I'm talking about the problem, most important problem which Mahabharata also did. Then after hearing dharmas, Sri Dharma, all dharmas from Bhishma, ultimately, as we know in Krishna Sahasranam, for Shanti or Moksham, Dharmaraja puts a question, Kimekam Daivatam Loke, Kim Vapyekam Parayanam, Tuvantakam Kamarchantaha, Prapnuyuru Manava Shubham. That Shubham is Moksham or happiness. Then immediately Bhishma starts telling that Narayana is that, the entire 1,000 names come to that. So you understand in Bhagavad Gita also, but to get that spiritual knowledge and peace, then Krishna took a long rope to teach him all 17 yogas, saw that Arjuna becomes all that. So we have number of mundane crises and also spiritual things that will simply bother the person or man born individually and for 100 years. So Satamanam Bhavati. And therefore, there are solutions. It's a wonderful solution maker for us. And ultimately, we have to remember in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, how is that we get it? He says that always he says, Yudhyasva Bharata and Yogi Bhavarjuna, and also, and what is yoga? Samatvam Yoga Yuchyate, and ultimate, he says, Maya Pitamano Buddhi. These are the keywords which Krishna advised. So, like that, we can search in the ethics, they become our friends, our mentors, and so with these few words, thanking all of you to have given opportunity, and we are all joining this. And here, actually in life, you see, we have got two things, Jitva, Mrutva. So Jitva is life, Mrutva is the end of it. So between that, there is a lot of activity, and that's exactly what Krishna infused to us in Bhagavad Gita. Thank you very much. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you so much, Prabhakar Garu. I don't see Dr. Neelakanthan right now, so perhaps we can go to our next speaker, Professor Sashi Tiwari, who is the president of WAVES, the India branch. Dr. Sashi Tiwari, would you please go ahead? And after that, we'll ask Surendra Pujar to give a brief report. But first, we will go to Sashi Tiwari. Sashi ji, आप हैं वहाँ? Okay, Surendra Pujar, would you please unmute and proceed to give your report? But you have to unmute yourself, please.
Who is reading the report?
Hello.
Yes, Surendra Pujar is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Shashi Tiwari is able to talk now.
Yeah.
Dr. Tiwari ji, are you able to talk?
Oh, if Puja is here, then after the.
No, please proceed. You are in the program first.
Okay.
Melan.
Sound is fine.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ram Rameti Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Tadev Nam Tatulyam Ram Nam Varanane. My humble namaste to all of you. It is a great conference. The theme is very important. We are going to discuss about ancient epics. And here the topic given to me is the course of Dharma in the epics. The term dharma, as you know, is not translatable in English. People have tried to translate it in the meaning of religion or righteousness, etc., but they are not appropriate. So I will use the word dharma itself. I know you are all Vedic scholars, especially Dr. Prabhakar is here, and I respect him very much. He is a learned Vedic scholar. Dr. Ghere and others are here. So I am just starting from the Rig Veda, where the term dharma is used, especially in the Purusha Sukta. In the last mantra, Rishi says, Yagyena yagyam ayajanta devaha tani dharmani pratmani asan. Through yajna, deities perform yajna, and that time the modes, the rules, the regulations which were followed were the priming, and they were the first dharma. So they were the code of conduct for all and everyone, for all times. Then in other samhitas also this term is used. And when we came to Upanishads, dharma is more elaborated there, as in Taittiriya Upanishad, Satyam vad dharmam char, swadhyan ma pramada, etc., etc. So one should speak truth, one should perform yajna, dharma, swadhyaya ma pramada, no should ignore swadhyaya. So all these types of teachings are there. But dharmam char is there. So I am just relating these two terms, Satyam vad dharmam chara, which Taittiriya Upanishad has given us, with two epics of our ancient India. One is Ramayana, written by Valmiki, and the second is Mahabharata, written by Veda Vyas. I think that the whole of the Ramayana of Valmiki is based on the preaching Satyam Vada, and the whole of the Mahabharata is based on the preaching Dharmam Chara. Now we can elaborate it with a quotation. Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samupbrannayet. Vedas are very difficult. They are not able, everyone could not follow, could not understand them. So for explaining Vedic thoughts, for explaining Vedic ideas, Vedic concepts, later on, Itihas and Puranas were written. So now the people should try to understand Vedas, the concept of Vedas, through these epics, through the narrations of these epics, the stories of these epics, the events of which are described in these epics. Through them, they should try to understand Vedic concepts. And when we will see this, we find that Sri Ram in Ramayana is Vigrahavan Dharma, and he is doing everything for following his father's command. Satyam Vada is his motto. The whole of the story of Ramayana is a war between truth and untruth, Satya and Asatya. So finally, Satyameva Jayate, Sri Ram is victorious. And this is the story which elaborates Satyam Vada. One should follow Satya, the principle of Satya in his life. And as I have told, Ramo Vigrahavan Dharma, he was the embodiment of Dharma. He was called Dharmatma again and again by Valmiki. He is called Dharma again and again by Valmiki. So he knows Dharma and he follows Satya. Then the second epic is Mahabharata. And Mahabharata is based on Dharmamachara. And when we see the main story of Mahabharata and the name of the epic Mahabharata, Mahabharata is the name of the war. And the war was between Kaurava and Pandavas. And the whole war was for getting something. And one side was Dharma side and the other side was Adharma side. So Shri Krishna has taken the side of Dharma and he was with Arjuna and Pandavas. So all this is very clear to everyone that this was a war of Dharma and Adharma. And when Gita is said, sung or preached to Arjuna on the first day of Kurukshetra Yuddha, then again this term is used, Dharma. Arjuna is asking what to do, what should I do? But Shri Krishna is not telling any word. The whole of the first Adhyaya is not a part of narration by Shri Krishna. Then he again says in the second chapter, in the earlier shlokas, he says that Dharma vimuna chetaha. My mind is confused about Dharma. Now he is realizing his own problems. What is his problem? So he realizes that Dharma vimurchita, he is not able to understand what is dharma, what he should do, what he should not do. He don't want to take that rajya, which is with blood of his relatives. So like that he is thinking about. And then Shri Krishna starts giving him lecture, his discourse. And that dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjun is called Gita. So that is known to everyone. I am not going into details, but then again, there are two shlokas where dharma shabd is used, where word dharma is used, and that is very important, and that is not related to Mahabharata only, but related to Ramayana also. Shri Krishna says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharat, abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyam, paritranaaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam, dharma sansthapanarthaye sambhavami yuge yuge. He has given the motto of his avatar and also purpose of Sri Rama avatar. What was the purpose? Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati. When this dharma is on the decreasing side and adharma is on the increasing side, then I am on the earth to maintain it, to establish it. This is my duty. I have to do that. Dharma sansthapanaya sambhavami yuge yuge. This is my promise that I have to establish dharma. And for that, I used to come again and again. So why his duty? Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, we have three deities, prime deities. And Brahma is deity of creation. Vishnu is for maintenance, and Shivji is for destruction. So Vishnu, the work of Shri Vishnu is to maintain, to sustain everything which is created by Brahma. So this universe, this earth, this civilization, and all things are created by Brahmaji, but should be maintained by Vishnu. And what is the maintaining aspect? Dharma is the maintaining aspect. That is the sustaining principle. That is the main concept of existence. So for existence, dharma is important. And Shri Krishna is highlighting that point. When that dharma is imbalanced, that maintenance is disturbed, that earth is not able to sustain. So I have to come to maintain again dharma. And if dharma is established there, everything will be fine. And then creation will go as it should go. So this is my duty. I used to come time to time whenever there is a danger toward dharma, because dharma is a sustaining principle. And I have not explained the meaning of dharma because I know each of you know dharanat dharma kyahu, dharma udharyate paja. Dharma sustains. Dharma makes the thing or the person what he or it should be. As dhritikshama damoste shocham indri nigraha dhi vidya satyam akrodo dashkam dharma lakshanam. These are the virtues which make a person a human being. Like that, we give the example, fire is fire because it has the nature of burning. It is hot. Water is cold. Its nature is cool, to be cool. So what makes water water? What makes fire fire? What makes a human being? That is dharma. And for that, if that is not in balance, the sustaining principle will be disturbed. So I used to come for that, and dharma sansthapanaya sambhavami yuge yuge. And this is my duty. So in that sense, because time was given me to 10 minutes only, so I am concluding my this short speech that epic Mahabharata, especially epic Mahabharata, is for showing the importance of dharma, for showing the performance of dharma in our life, and with a small quotation, which is very famous, dharmo rakshati rakshita. If one protects dharma, dharma protects him or her. So one should follow dharma, dharmo rakshati rakshita. Namaskar, dhanyavad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tiwari. It's always a learning experience to sit at your feet and hear you give even a few words of wisdom. Such an important word, dharma. And now we go to, thank you so much. So now we go to our next speaker, Professor NCB Nath from Bangalore. And the topic is
report, Surendra Puja.
yes, a brief report, please, Surendra Pujar. Sir, would you please unmute there?
Hello, yes. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hari Om Bhadram Karane Vishunyama Deva Bhadram Pashe Vakshavirjatra Thirairange Stustuvagum Sastanuvi Vishema Devahitam Yadayu Swastina Indro Vriddashravaha Swastina Pusha Vishwaveda Swastina Starksho Arishtanemi Swastino Brahaspatir Dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Eldrigo Namaskaralu. I am Surendra Pujar, disciple of Puja Guruji Sriya Prabhakar and active member of Adhyayana Kendra. In this auspicious day of 27th annual day celebration function of Kendra, I am hereby submitting the annual report of Kendra. Kendra is functioning from May 94 till today successfully. The main reasons for this success is Guruji Dr. Prabhakar only. The details of report is available under the heading of Samakshama in the Veda Ganga 27. The regular activities of Kendra conducted by classes conducted by Dr. Prabhakar and Vasan daily. The activities of Kendra like homas, Sahasranam Parayanas, pujas, Rudrabhisheka, we are unable to perform because of this COVID-19. I thank donors, well-wishers and Vedic scholars for their successful running of Kendra. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pujar. Thank you for that report. Professor NCB Nath, Professor of Management Studies, retired in Bangalore. Would you please enlighten us with the concept of Krishna Gitas in the epic tradition of India? Professor NCB Nath, if you would please unmute yourself. Okay, in that case, we can go to the next speaker, Professor Inglali, Professor of Philosophy from Karnataka
Hello?
University.
Hello?
Yes, okay, good. Yes, please, we can hear you. Go ahead, Professor Nath.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you. Yes, we can see you now too. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I'll very to the point. Bhagavad Gita is generally known as a single text. In reality, it's a part of a trilogy. For that, let us look at the Mahabharata timeline. Bhagavad Gita is a conversation 5,000 years ago. Everybody knows about it. I leave it at that. Perhaps a month later, relaxing after the war, Arjuna asks for a refresher as he has forgotten what he has learned. This is Anugita, Bhagavan's Presi. Arjuna says during the listening that he is getting a taste for subtle topics. Soon after, Arjuna, substantiating new desire, asks for more understanding of the concept of Brahman, that is Uttara Gita. Within a short time, maybe a few months, the original conversation gets 2 updates. There is cross-reference in all the 3 texts indicating continuity. All the texts are at the request of Arjuna. The concept of trilogy gets justified. Bhagavad Gita is a well-known text and evergreen text, and it's a Parayana Grantha. Anugita is much less known, and it's a larger text, about over 1,000 verses with 35 chapters. But it is not an instruction, it's a series of old Adhyayasas which are repeated by the benefit of Arjuna. Now, the third one, and at the end of the Anugita, Bhagavan tells Arjuna, this is what I told you during the war. Keep it in mind, don't forget. Uttara Gita is a consequence of that, and Arjuna wants instruction on the concept of Brahman. Difficult concept, difficult to understand. And the short treatise of 112 verses. It's a single point, rapid fire discussion between Bhagavan and Arjuna. And Arjuna asked 111 questions compared to 16 questions in Bhagavad Gita. You can understand the texture of the text. Together, there are about 2,000 verses, and it's a rich source of understanding of Bhagavad Gita. They contain confirmation, nuancing, alternate formulation, and original instruction. For unknown reasons, they remained unrelated and separate texts. All of them are not easy to understand. While they are individually known in different degrees of familiarity, Bhagavad Gita is well known, Anugita is less known, Uttara Gita is not known. Both, and we felt that if we put all this together, we will be able to get the full discussion of the 3 discussions of updated discussions of Bhagavad Gita. That is the reason why we put together what we call Krishna Gita of about 2,000 verses, organized in such a way that there is a continuity of flow. The flow is exactly the same as in Bhagavad Gita. Then we tried to see if this idea works. We have got 2 examples. The concept of Manasa Yagna. Bhagavad Gita favors Gnana Yagna and prefers it to Dravya Yagna. It's a reference, it's a preference, nothing else. But if you move to Anugita, there's a long discussion about Manasa Gita. And it's a very interesting concept. A wife asks his husband, you have given up your karma. What happens to me? And he says, I gave up Yagna because the Rakshasas have took over the Yagna. And he justifies it in a number of examples. The second one we thought is about the place of yoga. In Uttara Gita, Arjuna asked a very interesting question. If a preceptor can explain the concept of Brahman to a student and he understands, why do you need yoga practice? And Bhagavan explains Kundalini Yoga in about number of verses. If we put the 3 Gitas together, I think you got a detailed explanation of many things which are symbolically explained in Bhagavad Gita. Now, this is not enough. It is not the only one. there is another text. That is Uddhava Gita, which happened 30 years after the war. It's a discussion between Uddhava and Lord Krishna. It's a bhakti text, but it is very Catholic in discussing all the margas. And if we put all of them together, it enriches the Bhagavad Gita itself. Now, the case for Krishna Gita is two. One is it attempts all what Bhagavan has said in his Krishnavatara to two devotees. And when you analyze it, we put it in 10 sections, 27 chapters, and accounted for all the 3,000 verses. We tested a pilot, whether it makes sense. We tried to look at what is called a choice of marga, which is a highly debated one in all the bhashyas. Shankara arguing for Gnana, and Ramanuja and Madhva arguing for Bhakti. And modern commentators like Tilak saying it is karma. Now, we found that in Uddhava Gita, you got a very clear choice matrix. No doubts, no what's called bias. And what we are presenting this to you, because don't look at Bhagavad Gita as a text. You look at it as a trilogy and as a sequel. All the four texts have internal what's called relations. Each one refers to the other text. And the purpose of my presenting this very briefly to you is to say that, look, let us have what's called robust texts, so that we will discuss deeply issues which are difficult to. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Nath. It's brilliant. I think you've brilliantly brought forth some jewels and place them in our attention, especially that we can think of Brahman and Bhakti in the same text. I think that's just amazing. As well, to highlight the Uddhava Gita and Anu Gita, which are not so commonly known. I think I'm encouraged to pursue and read these two Gitas. Thank you so much. I'm sure everybody appreciates this talk, and especially the brevity. Thank you. So the next speaker is Professor Ingalali, retired professor of philosophy from Karnataka. And the topic is Spiritual Knowledge of Yoga Vashishta Ramayana, Teachings of Vashishta on Yoga to Rama. Professor Ingalali.
Yeah, please mute, sir. Dr. Ingalali, you have to unmute. I think he's having some difficulty. Yeah, he's here. Yes. Yeah, Dr. Ingalali, are you able to unmute? So maybe, yeah, we go to the next person and then we'll figure it out.
All right. Yes. So the next person is Kumari Saraswati, Nadaveda student. The topic is spiritual lessons from the story of Jada Bharata from Bhagavat. I don't see her here. So then we can go to Dr. Krishna Mohan from Atlanta. Dr. Mohan, are you there?
I am here.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hello.
Namaskar.
Yes, okay. So
Professor
I'm sorry
Ingalali.
to, yeah, Dr. Ingalali, go ahead. we're
Hello, you are
excited.
hearing clearly? Professor Ingalali.
Yes, definitely.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Namaste. Very nice.
So I start.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The title of my paper, as announced, is Spiritual Knowledge in Yoga Vasishta Ramayana. Yoga Vasishta is a philosophical text attributed to Maharshi Vasishta. The complete text contains about 29,000 verses. The text is structured as a discourse of Maharshi Vasishta to the Prince Rama. The text consists of 6 books or parts containing many chapters. The verses of Yoga Vasishta are structured in the ancient Sanskrit language. The Yoga Vasishta is a syncretic work containing the important elements of Vedanta, Yoga, Sankhya, and Shaivism. The main contents of the text consists of the following topics. Hope you are hearing? Hello, audience?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
So I continue. Book 1 entitled Vairagya Prakaranam, Exposition of Dispassion. It opens with Sri Rama's frustration with the nature of life, human suffering in the world. Rama requested the sage, in quote, please tell me, O sage, says, how the mist of our desires, which darkens the moon of our intellects, is to be dispelled from our minds, so as to make it shine, both in its full. Book 2, entitled Mumukshu Vyavahara Prakaranam, Exposition of the Behavior of the Seeker, which describes through the character of Sri Ram, the desire for liberation, the nature of those who seek such liberation, and the need for self-effort in all spiritual pursuits. The sage Vasishta said, I honor you as one of the perfect minds. You know what to ask and understand what is spoken to you. Be still to attain to knowledge by keeping your mind fixed in yourself and being freed from pride and passions. Incline yourself to pure truth. Book 3, entitled Utpatti Prakaranam, Exposition of the Rising and Birth, describes the birth of all creation in the world, as well as the birth of spiritual side of Sri Ram. The Rishi said, it is the Spirit of God alone that abides in everything in these phenomenal worlds. It is his knowledge that is attended with the summum bonum of liberation, and it is ignorance of that supreme being that binds the mind to the interminable bondage of the world. Next, book 4, entitled Sthiti Prakaranam, describes the nature of world and many non-dualistic ideas and stories. It emphasizes free will and human creative power. The sage Vasishta said, as living beings strive for their progress, so they prosper in their lives agreeably to the various scope of their thoughts and action. Next, book 5, with the title Upashama Prakaranam, Exposition of the Tranquility of Mind, discusses meditation to overcome false dualism in order to attain oneness and the powers in liberating the individual. Sri Ram's understanding of the teachings in quote, let me remember all that he has said on the existence of the universe, Sthiti Prakarana, together with its beautiful illustrations, all of which are replete with sound wisdom and deep philosophy. Next, book 6, entitled, the concluding book, Nirvana Prakaranam, Exposition of the Spiritual Freedom or Liberation. The last book with many sections in Yoga and Vedanta describes the state of Jivan Mukti or spiritual liberation as in the life of spiritual seeker like enlightened and blissful Sri Ram. According to the noble teachings of Vasishta Maharshi, The wise man must always conduct himself wisely and not with mere show or ecstasy, so that the consciousness of a cool and calm composure of oneself is the summum bonum or highest state of bliss and perfection. Next, in the Yoga Vasishta, the spiritual teachings are divided, especially in its methodology, into 6 parts: dispassion, qualification of the seeker, creation, existence, dissolution, and liberation. Accordingly, following are the main elements in the spiritual methodology of Yoga Vasishta. Subhecha, 1. Longing for the truth. The yogi or sadhaka rightly distinguishes between permanent and impermanent and cultivates dislike for worldly pleasures, acquires mastery over his physical and mental faculties, and feels a deep yearning to be free from samsara and to attain the highest spiritual freedom. Vichara or viveka, right inquiry. The yogi has pondered over what he or she has read and heard and has realized it in his or her life. Next, third one. Tanumanasa, attenuation or thinning out of mental activities. The mind abandons the many and remains fixed on the one. It is on the sadhana side. Next, the fourth one, sattva patti, attainment of sattva reality. The yogi at this stage is called Brahmavid, knower of Brahman. In the previous stages, the yogi is subject to sanchita, prarabdha, and agami forms of karma. He or she has been practicing sampradnyata samadhi, contemplation, in which the consciousness of duality still exists. Next, fifth one. Asam Shakti, unaffected by anything. The yogi performs his or her necessary duties without a sense of involvement. The sixth one, Padartha Abhavan, sees Brahman everywhere. Something like Upanishad statement, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahman. External things do not appear to exist to the yogi, now called Brahmavid. In essence, there is a non-cognition of objects as the separation between subject and a distinct object is dissolved, and without any sense of agency or doership, sanchita and agami karma are now destroyed. Only a small amount of prarabdha karma remains. Next, the seventh one, turiya, or perpetual samadhi, turiya state. It is the basic or the cardinal concept of Upanishads. The yogi is known as Brahmadhyani and does not perform the activities either by his will or the promptings of others. Next, the last step, the liberation is freedom from every kind of physical, psychological, and psychic distress. This world is not seen by the ignorant and the wise in the same light. To one who has attained self-knowledge, this world does not appear as samsara, but as the one infinite and indivisible consciousness, prajnana, the supreme reality, or prajnanam brahma, or satyam shivam sundaram. Next, in the concluding part, I to give the modern views of one realized saint, Swami Shivananda of Rishikesha, who established his Divine Life Society at the international level. The views of Swami Shivananda Saraswati of Rishikesha on this magnum opus, the Grantha, Vasishta Ramayana. The earliest work in Sanskrit on Vedanta of the highest order is the Yoga Vasishta Maharamayana. This monumental work is unique in Sanskrit literature. Maharshi Vasishta taught the principles of yoga and Vedanta to his royal people, Sri Ram. He narrated beautiful and interesting stories to illustrate the principles. The Yoga Vasishta contains a system of ancient philosophical thought, unique in its kind, and this book is a highly valuable contribution not only to Indian philosophical thought, but also to the philosophical thought of the world at large. Even today, it is relevant. Om Tat Sat. Namaste. So that is the end of my. Hello?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Inglali. Very much in keeping with the theme for this conference, which is problem solving and solutions. You have certainly provided the solutions for reaching the Turiya state and provided the text for as Nirvana prakaran to receive Jivan Mukti. But most importantly, we live in a time when we want all the benefits without the hard work. And so you really have brought our attention to the importance of self-effort, which is the sadhana is very important. And Shada Shampati and Chatushtaya, Vivek Vairagya, and Shada Shampati and Mumukshatva. Without that, we cannot really we have to cleanse the mind, attenuate and thin. So thank you very much for bringing our attention to these important points. And so, yes, the next speaker is Kumari Saraswati, the Nenad Veda student. Is Saraswati ji here? Okay, if Saraswati is not here, then we will go to Professor Dr. Krishna Mohan, please. Dr. Krishna Mohan, please unmute, and if you can turn the camera on. We would like to hear about the Vaman Avtaram of Vishnu and the features of Danam, Satya Vratam and sacrifice. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Ammalagannayamma muguramala mulaputamma Sala peddamma surarulamma gaduparadi bucchanayamma Tannulonam mina manammulayundeduyamma Durgamayamma krupabdhiyitsuta Mahatva kavitva patutva sampadal. Namaskaram. It is very difficult to follow the speech of Inglali ji. It was a wonderful talk on Yoga system. Brief as it may be, it was full of information. My name is Krishna Mohan. My sincere thanks to Guruji for giving me this opportunity. We owe a lot of gratitude to Guruji for spending a lot of time and effort to revive Puranas and sustaining Hindu Dharma. I'll talk about Vamana Charitra. I will present from what I read and heard from others, mostly from Vyasa Bhagavatam and Potana's Bhagavatam. If you know a little Telugu, you will probably enjoy it even more. Vedavyasa wrote 18 Puranas and Bhagavatam happens to be one of the most important ones. Vedopanishadam Sara Jnata Bhagavata Kadha. Bhagavad Gita is Veda Upanishad Saram and shows the path to moksha through bhakti, jnana and vairagyam. Pibata Bhagavatam Rasamalayam. Enjoy Bhagavatam and experience Bhagavatam forever. Bali Chakravarti performs Viswajit Yagam with the help of Sukracharya and conquers Swargaloka. Aditi, Devamata, could not see the plight of Indra and Devatas, and she requests Kasyapa to give her a son who can restore Indra's glory. Kasyapa says,
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Aho Vishnu Maya Balam, Aho Maya Balam Vishnoho. Aho Maya Balam Vishnoho, Snehabadham Idam Jagat, Kasya Ke Pati Putradya, Mohayeva Hi Karanam, Sarvabhuta Guhavasam Vasudevam Jagat Gurum. This is all Vishnu Maya. Whole world is engulfed by Moha and Maya. Atma has no attachments, body made of Panchabhutas, worries constantly about temporary relationships as wife, husband, son, etc. God, who is the only constant, and we should pray to that Vasudeva. However, he has to oblige to Aditi, so he recommends her to do Payovratam. Aditi performs the Vratam with great Shraddha and prays to Lord Vishnu. Namastubhyam Bhagavate Purushaya Mahiyase Sarvabhuta Nivasaya Vasudeva Sakshine. Lord Vishnu rewards Aditi by becoming her son. Vamana was born on Bhadrapada Suddha Dwadasi, which is also called as Vijaya Dwadasi. Vamana, as soon as he was born, had Upanayanam and started his expedition to visit Bali, who was doing yagam on the banks of Narmada. Hari Hari, Siri Uramunagala Hari, Hari Hayugoraku Danujunadugajaniyan. Lord Vishnu, who has everything, takes the Bhiksha Patra and goes to Bali for Indra. As he was entering the Yagasala, he was looking like a bright rising sun. All the participants were looking at him in awe. Vyachaksha duditam yadharavim. Potana expands it. Sembhudo hariyo payoja bhavundo chandam sundo vanhiyo dambhakarata vachagaka dharanin dhatri surundevadi sumbhajyotanundu ee manojnyatanundansun vismaya bhrantulai sambhashinchiri brahmacharin ganitat sabhyul rahasyambugan. Bali also sees him and says, Swagatam te namastubhyam Brahman kim karavani te. Bali does pada puja to Brahmachari, sprinkles the holy water on his head, and inquires about Vamana. Where are you from and what can I give you? Vaduga yavarivadavevadavu samvasasthalam veyyadiyada kunni varudensutan Safalamayan Vamsamun Janmamun Kadun Dhanyatmudanaiti Ye Makamu Yogyam Baye Na Korikal Kadateren Suhutambulaya Sikulun Kalyanamikalamunan Varachelambulo Madalo Falamulo Vanyambulo Govulo Harulo Ratnamulo Radhambulo Vimrustanambulo Kanyalo Karulo Kanchanamo Niketanamulo Gramambulo Bhumulo Dharani Khandamo Kaka Yemadigado Dhatri Surendrottama. Bali gives a whole list of things that he can ask and he is willing to give. But Vamana says, Padani Trin Daichendra Samitani Padamama. Just give me 3 feet, that's all I need. And Bali complains, I'm giving you all these options and you are just asking for 3 feet. That is not right. Then Vamana says, Godugo, Janidamo, Kamandaluvo, Munjiyo, Dandamo, Vadugenekkada, Bhumulekkada, Karulvamatchula, Swambulekkada, Nichochita Karmamekkada, Madakansamitam Baina, Mudadugulme, Rayatrovakitsuta, the Brahmandam, Bunapaliken. He says, I'm just a brahmachari. What am I going to do with these elephants and horses and all the things that you are giving me? Just giving me what I am asking for, which is appropriate for my daily duties. Nivuradu vanutu nikilambu nadaguta tagavugadu naku tagina koladi vedukoneda asyapasemuta kadun nidupu ledantambu rajendra varasi pravrutamedini valayamun guriyun gasim bondire Yadruchayopapannena santusto vartate sukham. There is no limit for the desires. Because you are a king, I should not be asking for everything. I am asking what I need and I will be content. Person who is content with what he gets, with his prarabdham, will be happy. Bali says, okay, I will give it to you. Then Sukracharya intervenes and says, this young man is not a simple brahmachari. He is Lord Vishnu himself. He will take everything from you and he will give it to all the devatas and you will lose everything. You don't have to keep the promise because this is a special circumstance that you need to renege on your promise. You can do it in certain things. Varijat shulandu vaivahikamulandu Pranavitta manabhangamandu Chekita gokulagra janmaraksanamandu Bonkavatsu agamu andadadhipa. He gives the list of things that he can say lie. But Bali says, what you are saying is appropriate for a common king. But I am Prahalada's grandson. I'm not going to lie. And whatever it happens, I'm going to do this. Nirayam baina nibaddhamaina dharani nirmoolanam baina kulantamaina durmaranam baina nijamun ranim mukanim mupo hariyainan harudainan neerajabhavunda bhyagatundainan nau tirugannera dunadu jihva vinuma dhivarya veyetikin meru talakrindainanu paravaramu linkabarinanu lolo dharuni rajamai poyina taradhvamu baddhamaina tapakayitun. Come what may, I may be destroyed, the entire world may be destroyed. I'm going to do this. I'm going to keep my promise. Kare rajulu rajyamul galugave vare rig siri mutagattukoni povanjalire bhumipai perainan galade sibi pramukhulun Yaseh Preet Sibi Pramukhulun Yaseh Kamulai Yire Korkulu Varalan Marachire Ikalamun Bhargava Adin Sri Sati Goppupai Tanuvupai Amsottari Yambupai Padabjambulapai Kapola Tatipai Palindlapai Nutna Maryadan Chendu Karambu Krindai Midai Nakarambunta Melgade Rajyamugijamun Satatame Kayam Banapayame. Acharya, don't you remember so many kings and kingdoms are gone? We remember only datas like Sibi. I can lie and protect myself for now. This body and my possessions are not permanent. How can I miss this grand opportunity with association of Mahalakshmi, the hand that has everything, will be receiving from me? What else can I ask for? And he calls the Vamana, Ramma Manavakottama Lemma Nivanchitambu Ledana Kittun Temma Adugula Nitura Nimma Kaduganga Valayunetikatadayan. Bali washes the lotus feet of the Lord, and these are the feet that Lakshmi Devi, Devatas and Rishis bow to. And he washes his feet, knowing fully well about his destruction and knowing that it is the end of his kingdom. Munijana Niyamadharanu Janita Surayuvati Netra Jalakanadharan Danujendra Niradharanu Vanajatsudugoniye Bali Vivarjitadharan. Potana describes the Jaladhara from the Kamandalam. This is the dhara that provides protection for Rishis, causes tears to Rakshasas' wives. This is the dhara that displaces Bali from his kingdom. And finally, Vamana is receiving the water that is Bali discarded. Kamalana Bunerigi Kalambu Desambu Nerigi Sukrumatalirigi Nasemirigi Patramanu Sudichadana Mubali Mahivadanyu Dorudu Galade. He gave the Danam because it is the right thing to do, even when it means that he is losing everything. As soon as the Danam is completed, Tadvamanam Rupa Samardhatadbhutam Hareranantasya Gunatrayatmakam Bhu Kham Disho Jau Vivaraha Payodhayaha Dadarse Viswam Trigunatmake Bhutendriyardhasaya Jiva Yuktam. He grows and grows and grows and occupies the entire world. Potana expands on it beautifully. There are many, just I'll recite one. Intintai vatudintai mariyutanintai nabhovi dhipainantai toyadamandala gramunakalantai prabharasi painantai chendrunikantai dhruvunipainantai maharvati painantai satcha padonnatunda guchu brahmandanta samvardhiyai. Vamana showed his Virat Swarupam, and with 2 feet, he measured the entire world and asked for Bali for his 3rd foot. Bali says, Padatrutiyam kurusir shime nijam sunrutam bugani nuduyaduna jihva bonkajala naku bonkuledu ni trutiya padamuna siramuna nelavu jesi pettu nirmalatma. Use my head for your 3rd foot. Prahalada, the grandfather, comes down and praises the grandson. He did not listen to Sukracharya. He lost Indra Padavi. So what? He could give Dhanam to Mahavishnu himself. Tattvajnanaku Mahendra Tvamela. Bali's unparalleled sacrifice. He gave everything he had. Finally, he gave himself. That is Saranagati. Sarvadharman Parityajya Mamekam Saranam Vraja. Nivetappa itah param viruga. This Saranagati pleased Lord Vishnu. Vishnu compliments Bali. Ajay Sheda Jayam Mayam Sidannatina Muhyati. In Gita also he says, Daivi Hyesha Gunamayi Mama Maya Duratyaya. My Maya is difficult to cross. Bali won over my Maya. Lord Vishnu proceeds to bless Bali with Indra Padavi in Savarni Manvantaram and subsequently Vaikuntha Prapti. Vishnu becomes his personal protector until then. Bhagavatam, through these stories, Bhagavad Bhaktas, shows us God and his nature. Vishnu is omnipresent. Visvam Vishnu. Tribhuvanopasham Vishnu Misham Namami. He is always there, but at the right time and for the right bhakta, he will manifest. Arjuna gets Divya Chakshu, Vishwarupa Sandarsanam happens. Bali gets to see the Virat Rupam. When Drusti changes, the Drusyam becomes clear. Change of Drusti happens with complete surrender of Mamakara and Ahankaram at God's lotus feet. Through Vamana Charitra, we learn about contentment, Dhanam, Satyavratam, sacrifice, and Saranagati. Thank you for your attention. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Beautiful talk, sir, by you. All Telugu stanzas you were able to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it was waves of music coming from the Ganga itself, I felt. Bhagavat, Bhakt and Bhagwan ki jai is what I'm motivated to say after listening to this talk, Dr. Mohan. Thank you so much. The next talk will be Kumari Saraswati. Please go ahead. Spiritual lessons from the story of Jada Bharata from Bhagavat.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhakar sir for giving me an opportunity to talk on this topic. This is very close to my heart. And I'm not going to read the Bhagavatam shlokas here. I'm going to narrate it as a story. So I'm going to cover the 3 lifetime of Jada Bharata. So in the first lifetime, Jada Bharata, he is a king. His kingdom is doing it is flourishing with the material prosperity. And all the people in the kingdom were very happy. And this was on the material side of it. On the spiritual side of it, the king was very clear. He had a clarity. He knew what is the purpose of life. He knew that this material life is, material world is not permanent, where, you have birth and then you have old age, disease and death. So he was very clear on this, the material world, it is not permanent and I have to go to spiritual world. So what he had so much of clarity that after some time, he decided to leave everything, he left the power, he left the kingdom, he left the wife, and he left the son. He made his eldest son as a king of that palace. And then he left and he went to the forest to do the meditation. So he was meditating on Lord Narayana, and he was so much engrossed in this, in the meditation, that, he was at the verge of realization. And at that time, one incident took place. So he sees, one day that, he heard the lion roaring, and the deer, which was pregnant, it got so scared, it tried to jump the lake, and wanted to go to the other side of the lake. And it was pregnant. So during that frightening, it was so scary that, she delivered the baby deer, and she went into the other side of the lake and died. So the Jada Bharata was very compassionate. He said, "Oh, so who will take care of this deer? He doesn't, the baby doesn't have the parents, so I will take care of the deer." And the person, who had so much of clarity, and he left the kingdom and he said, I want to realize the purpose of life. Now he started taking care of the deer. And there was so much of distraction, every time, he used to sit and then he used to get distracted with deer. And his life, slowly, his life started revolving around the deer. How to take care of it, always worried about it. What will happen to this deer after, if something happens to me, who will take care of the deer? He always had that question. And then by thinking, this is the point, we need to reflect. The person who has so much of clarity and, suddenly, how the Maya was so powerful, that he got entangled into the attachment. And, and suddenly things have changed for him. This is the point we need to reflect. This is what we are seeing in our life also, how we get entangled, or how we get attached to self, or how we get attached to the family, how we get attached to a particular thing, And so in Bhagavad Gita also it is said that, at the time of death, whatever person thinks of, he becomes same in the next life. So when he was, he became very old, only thinking about deer. So he left the body, thinking about deer. So the next life, he gets the body of deer in the next life. And one thing what we need to realize is, in the material world, whatever we acquire family, we acquire property, we acquire so many things. Nothing comes to the next janma. It is the spiritual thing, what we, whatever we do, whatever meditation we do, or whatever, the connection we have with Lord, that grace is something, which definitely, it comes to the next janma. So when he was born in the body of deer, he realized, what he with the grace of Lord, he remembered his past life. And he said, okay, this is what I have done. So this time, I don't want to do the mistake. So in the forest, there was an ashram. The deer went to the ashram and remained in the ashram, throughout the life, and, always meditate on the Lord Narayana. So second life passes. Now the third life, he gets birth in Brahmin's family. And this time, the Brahmin, he had two wives, From the first wife, he had nine sons. And from the second wife, he had one daughter and one son. And Jada Bharata was from the second wife. And from outwardly, he looked like a fool, not interested in what is happening in the material world, not at all interested. But from inside, he was always remembering, he was meditating on Lord Narayana. His father was very attached to Jada Bharata, and he said, I want to teach him the Shastras, and I want to teach all the religious rituals, but he was not interested in. But whereas his first, all other brothers, they became expert in the spiritual practices. And one day, the father dies, and, so Now his brothers, like, they started giving all the miscellaneous work to him. He was not bothered. He said, okay, fine, whatever you all are giving me. He was absolutely, he never said anything to his brother. So one day, his brother, like, they said, okay, now, like, go at night, take care of the farm, ensure that, no animal enters into the farm. That is your duty. They said, okay, fine, I'll go there. And at the same time, like, in the same place, there was a group of people, and the head of, they were the dacoit actually. So head of the dacoit, the leader of the dacoit, he said he didn't have a son. So then, like, he said, okay, and they were all like, praying to Mother Kali. They said, okay, we have to offer some bali, and then only, like, we will get blessed with the son. He will get blessed with the son. So they find Jada Bharata in the farm. Like, they were looking for the people. Whom should they offer bali? So they go to, they were looking out for them, and then they found Jada Bharata. He was well built and, very good looking and strong man. So they catch hold of him and he said, okay, now, we will take you and we will offer as a bali. At that time also, he was not bothered. He said, maybe in this life, he with God's grace, he knew what happened, in past two life. So he said, maybe God wants me to do the same, this only. So he was ready, and they were ready to chop his, head and offer a bali. At the time, like, they went in front of Kali Mata appeared from the statue, and she actually protected him. Now the scene changes after some time, like, he was sitting somewhere on the nearby tree, and the Raghugana was the king of the palace, and he wanted to go he wanted to go travel to some other place. So they said, okay, he asked his servant, okay, why don't you keep the palki ready? I want to go to and meet this person. So they, like, just 4 people are required to lift the palki. So they, like, the 4th person was not well. So they said, okay, now they looked at Jata Bharata was sitting near the tree and it was well built. He said, oh, come, you come and you become a 4th person, and it is your duty. You have to serve the king. You have to help in lifting the palki and carry him to some different place. He said, okay, fine. And he started, like, all 4 of them, they lifted the palki. Before that, the king sat inside the palki, and all of 4 of them, they lifted the palki and started walking. And this Jata Bharata was like, he was very kind person, like, so whenever he used to lift the leg and keep the leg, he used to check the floor, if there are any ants, any creature, I don't want to stamp it. So what happened is, 3 people, they were running at one pace, walking at one pace, and this person was very slow, lifting the leg and checking if there is any ants or any other creature he is not hurting. So because of which, the palki started rocking, and the king was very angry. He said, why, like, why it is rocking? Please ensure that all of you are walking at a steady pace, so that I'm not getting, it doesn't rock. And then the other 3 servants, they get scared. They said, oh my God, like, now the king will punish us. He said, no, it is not my problem. This 4th person, he's new. And every step he takes and keeps it on the floor, he's seeing, like, if there are any ants or creatures. So that is, like, because of which your travel is not, is very comfortable. Then the King Raghugana looks at Bharata. He said, you're well built, you're so tall. See, I am your master, okay? If you don't listen to me, I'm going to punish you. So far in Bhagavatam, Jada Bharata never spoke anything in this Janma. This is the first time he speaks. Oh, you're master this time now. You're my master now, but I could be your master next time. And then he said, and then he continues, he says, see, the people who are carrying the palki, they are made up of earth, Panchabhutas, okay? The palki is also made up of Panchabhuta. And the person who is sitting inside the palki is also made up of earth or Panchbhuta. The problem is the person who is sitting inside is thinking he is a body. He is not, he is a body, and he is the master of all of them. And then he continues, he says, I'm not this body, I'm this soul living in this body. You're going to punish my body. And then, it doesn't matter to me at any point, at some point of time, I will leave this body and go to the spiritual world. At that time, King Raghugana, he realizes, something went wrong. He's not an ordinary servant, he's an elevated soul. He comes down and, he says, I'm extremely sorry. I have not realized your worth, and please guide me. So then, there's a lengthy discussion happens between Jata Bharata and King. And the summary is what he says is, this material world is like a forest, and all the human beings are merchant. Every time we are thinking, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for my family? What is there for my nation? And it is the material world is able to bind us to the cycle of birth and death. So the only way to get out of this is saying that, that whatever we want to achieve in this life, we should achieve, but we should not think that we are this body. We are the soul which is traveling from one janma to other janma. And do whatever. You want to become a billionaire, go ahead and become a billionaire. But at the back, at the mind level, always think about the Lord. And, whatever He is giving, whatever is your role in this world, please go ahead and do it. But always remember the Lord. And that is the message, the story gives. So with this, I'm concluding this session. Sorry, I've taken some longer time.
Thank you, Saraswati ji, for this beautiful talk, and a reminder to have constant remembrance of Narayana as we transition from Vyavaharika to Paramarthika life. Thank you. So the next talk will be Professor Ghare. I see that you have entered. We would love to hear the lessons from Purana Itihasa. Purana Itihasa. Sorry, Purana Itihasa. Professor Ghare, go ahead.
So I have his slides and audio. I'll be presenting that and he'll take questions.
Okay, thank you.
ओम श्री गणेशाय नमः। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव। श्रीमन्महागणाधिपतये नमः। अविघ्नमस्तु। Thanks to Professor Prabhakar, all members of organizing committee, Professor Prasad, chairperson from Anjana Prasad, and all participants of this seminar. Abstract of taking chances in some sort of gambling in the hope of winning and becoming instantly prosperous or instantly powerful, or defending it as God's wish, has been a weakness in human personalities from time immemorial. Terrible consequences of the bad habit of gambling, losing and suffering have therefore been illustrated by sage Vyasa Maharshi in several episodes in his Puranic literature. Shiva Parvati dice game, Nala Pushkara gambling, Yudhishthira Duryodhana dice play are three most popular typical examples illustrated in the Puranic literature. Gambling in results of horse races and dog races are globally popular even today. However, gambling in some modern sports like boxing, cricket, etc. has resulted in the birth of mischievous conceptions and malpractices such as match fixing and cheating. In this article, some selected episodes in the Purana literature involving gamblings will be briefly described and discussed, along with some moral lessons that can be learned from them by the modern society. Shiva Parvati dice play. This story of Shiva Parvati dice play perhaps tells us about the first ever gambling with stakes in time-pass entertainment type of sport, invented by sage Narada and experimentally tested by the symbolically divine pair of Shiva and Parvati. Lord Shiva representing the Tamaguna as well as Laya process, Tamaguna Tatha Laya, and Parvati representing the willpower or Ichhashakti are a divine pair used in the Purana literature to play several roles. Since they were enjoying time in some dice play, the game probabilistic chances of occurrences of natural events. Sage Narada happened to arrive, enjoy the play as a spectator, and then made a mischievous comment before departing that the game will become even more enjoyable if it is played with some stakes. Both Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati were impressed by his passing remark and got curious about the possibility of higher enjoyment derivable by playing with stakes. As Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati started playing with stakes, the play got converted into a sort of a psychological war to win or lose materialistic belongings. Their minds got filled with emotions associated with joy proportional to the profits and sorrow proportional to the extent of losses. In place of just enjoyment with sportsmanship and fulfillment of curiosity. In a short time, Lord Shiva lost everything in his possession and therefore lost the ability to play any further because he did not have anything left with him which he could use as a stake for the next round of play. Lord Shiva felt extremely embarrassed, miserable, and full of sorrow for having lost everything in his possession. And caught in this mood of mental depression and anger, he left his abode in Kailash Loka and went to some deep forest location and sat uneasily in closed eyes meditation posture. Parvati, who was initially enjoying her good fortune of winning and gaining, soon realized with sympathy the consequences of continuous losses on the mind of the loser Lord Shiva, and following him from behind, she also reached the spot of Lord Shiva's penance. Knowing well about the anger in his upset mind, she decided to approach him as a disguised local damsel, hiding her face behind a light curtain. She sang praising his good speciality and deeds, and deployed the actions and activities of Goddess Parvati and danced beautifully to entertain and relax his mental strength. When Lord Shiva slowly came out of this angry and depressed mood, he started to appreciate and praise her sweet voice, melodious singing, and beautiful dancing steps, etc. Slowly, she successfully got him caught in her divine majestic spell and made him follow her in accompanied dancing steps all around the forest. Then, as she found him stepping in tune, unaware of roots of past, she entered Kailash Loka and made him sit on his own favorite seat before removing the curtain on her face. When Lord Shiva realized that he had returned to Kailash Loka while he is dancing in tune with the steps of Goddess Parvati, he burst in laughter and Parvati joined him in tune. This comic happy end was possible only because of the divine maturity, tact and tenacity displayed by the gambling winner, Goddess Parvati. Playing similar gambling dice games with younger brother Pushkara resulted in terrible consequences suffered by King Mela and Queen Damayanti. Several professions like agriculture, horticulture, floriculture, etc. are already heavily dependent on a sort of unavoidable gambling with Mother Nature. Shortage or excessive rain and timing, rate, and duration of rainfall are all random events and can either bring fortunes or play havoc with the output or yield of agriculture, horticulture, etc. All Vedopanishadic texts and Puranic stories have multiple meanings and multiple significant representations of involved personalities, places, cities, forests, etc. in each respective context. For example, Rama represents Chitta Atma in Adhyatmic spiritual context, whereas he represents mass or weight of a body in the context of physics or technology. Nala Pushkara display. This famous symbolic story is originally described in Vana Parva of the great epic Mahabharata. Here, in the context of physics, Nala means representing the pipe, and Damayanti means and represents the applied pressure. Any fluid like water, air, cooking gas, etc. can smoothly, easily, happily flow through a straight and clean pipe, but with just least applied pressure. However, too many number of bends, twists, rust, deposits, etc. lead to blockages to flow in the pipeline. This basic physics of a technological truth is beautifully explained in this symbolic story. Nala, king of Mishra, was an extremely morally good character and also possessed expertise in horse management and cooking. Damayanti, the beautiful princess of Vidarbha, chose to marry him in her Swayamvara, neglecting several gods. Kalipurusha, a symbolic immoral character in the Puranic literature, was disappointed of this choice of a mere mortal made by Princess Damayanti, indirectly insulting the divine gods. He therefore entered like a ghost in the Nala's body and modulated his behavior pattern. Consequently, Nala once chose to play gambling with stakes without any proper knowledge and skill in that play, with his younger brother Pushkar, who was an expert in that game, and stopped only after he lost everything possessed by him, including the kingdom, palace, race, etc. Mentally fully depressed and in turn of events, Nala decided to go and live in the forest, and Queen Damayanti chose to send their children to her parents in Vidarbha and give company to her beloved husband in his bad luck. Before this choice of the disgusted stay in the forest, Nala disapproved this decision of Queen Damayanti to accompany him in the wild forest and quietly abandoned her company when she was in sound deep sleep. As expected by Nala, she unsuccessfully searched for him for a long time and ultimately returned to her parents, following the advice of her aunt, Lady Queen of Bhanumati. In the deep forest area, Nala happened to hear a loud cry and shouting for help from the king of the snakes, Karkotaka, who had got trapped in a forest wildfire. With his natural instinct of sympathy and compassion, Nala risked the saved and snake's life, and not caring for the threat of losing his own life. Pleased by this favor, Karkotaka in turn bit him, and the poison converted Nala's handsome personality into that of an ugly, dark, black dwarf. Karkotaka told Nala that he did this favor to him so that he cannot be recognized and hence can be moving around freely. He further advised him to approach King Rituparna of Ayodhya and serve him as a cook cum charioteer under disguised name Bahuka. Karkotaka also gave him a magic garment on wearing which Nala can choose to gain back his original handsome personality anytime he wishes. Nala, even though disguised as Bahuka, was spotted by some clever scouts spread by King Bhima, the father of Queen Damayanti, in search of King Nala. Damayanti and his father decided to conduct some tests to confirm this correctness of this information. they sent a messenger to King Rituparna to inform him that King Bhima was organizing a second Swayamvara for Damayanti under the circumstances of Nala having abandoned her for no fault of her. The timing of the Swayamvara program was in part in such a fashion that King Rituparna could not have reached in time from Ayodhya to Vidarbha unless helped by the expertise of Nala in driving the horses of his chariot. During the process of this extremely fast ride, Bahuka, Nala, exchanged the knowledge of about such fast speed driving with King Rituparna, and in exchange learned from him the knowledge of playing the dice in gambling games. After arrival of Rituparna in Vidarbha, well before the Swayamvara program time, Damayanti managed to taste the food cooked by Bahuka as an additional confirmation test, and then met him and requested and appealed him to reveal his real identity. Moved by her compassionate appeal, Bahuka wore the magic garment and came back in his original handsome personality of King Nala. He then challenged his younger brother Pushkara to play and defeated him and won his kingdom back and wealth back. King Bhima and Rituparna were happy to see the reunion of this loving couple and blessed them for long living happily with health and prosperity. Even morally ideal characters like Nala can suddenly get gripped and possessed with the desire to take chances and play gambling with stakes without knowing the art of playing, and stubbornly keep on playing and losing until they have nothing left to keep on stake. Family members of such novices, gripped with gambling madness, unnecessarily suffer terrible consequences. Yudhishthira Duryodhana dice play. Yudhishthira, son of Queen Kunti and Lord Yama, represents inflexible, firm or stubborn attitude in emotional behavioral pattern. Being elder son of Pandavas, he became the king of Indraprastha and conducted Rajasuya Yajna successfully with the help of Lord Sri Krishna. Unfortunately, in that function, certain incidences happened which amounted to Duryodhana feeling insulted, especially by Queen Draupadi, and angry and bent on taking revenge. On the advice of his wily maternal uncle Shakuni, Duryodhana planned a cheating dice play using an unfair biased dice. Knowing and counting on the emotional weakness of very powerful gambling instinct possessed by stubborn Yudhishthira, he invited Pandavas to Hastinapura for playing a dice game with stakes. Duryodhana won everything possessed by Yudhishthira, even his wife Draupadi, and avenged the insult suffered by him during the Rajasuya Yajna performed in Indraprastha. Duryodhana even got Draupadi brought to the playing arena stadium and let her hear insulting bad comments related with her consent to marry all 5 brothers. Pandavas, having lost her as stake in gambling, were helplessly sitting with, therefore feeling sorry, ashamed and guilty. In an act of unsuccessful or farcical removal of her sari clothing was also conducted by Dushasana in his madness of taking revenge. King Dhritarashtra, however, the father of Duryodhana, was feeling extremely unhappy and uneasy with the outcome of this dice game, and by his royal decree he returned everything won by Duryodhana in this gambling game back to Yudhishthira. But when furious Duryodhana challenged Yudhishthira for one more session of the gambling game, the devil of the mad gambling instinct in Yudhishthira again made him accept this challenge and lose everything, including his empire, for a second time. Yudhishthira did not stop even there, but put at stake a period of 12 years of forest residence, followed by 1 year of hiding in exile, residence, Ajnatavasa, and lost even that game. This gambling event, after completion of these 13 years, ultimately led to the famous Mahabharata war, where millions died in fighting with each other. It is very difficult to find and control and discipline the people who are madly spirited with emotions of insult, anger, and revenge. Their actions in such mental conditions or mood often cross limits of normal moral behavior patterns and can cause global destruction. For example, suicide bomb attacks by modern terrorists. Today, toss is perhaps the legal and popular dice-type gamble played even by the judging umpires, with a fair coin used as a dice. Almost all national, international modern games start the game using toss as a minimum and unavoidable representative of gambling for the choice of playing location, city, nation, etc., all the playing conditions. On an average, it is not very harmful to the loser. Winner in most modern sports is decided not on the basis of dice, but maximum points scored in a fixed duration. First among the players who reach a score of 6, 11, 21, etc. Playing tools, cards, bat, ball, and physical intelligence, expertise, skill, exercise, etc. also do influence the results, and therefore must be regulated with just and sportive spirit. The modern mass-scale gambling activity based on human sports or similar animal competitions is actually parallelly organized by local or global illegal groups and resorted to or participated by a section of the gambling addicted actual or virtual spectators. Certain elements from these illegal organizers or participants occasionally try to influence the result of the sports games by luring some of the playing sportsmen with some personal financial gains, or by threatening and terrorizing some of them by some means. Such distortions and interferences from non-playing gamblers or by their playing friends, cooperators, etc. are totally against the spirit of sportsmanship and fair competition, demeriting and the honest of the skilled performance. Kit funds organized by small groups of complexes, etc. in particular city, institution, ladies association, etc. are popular examples of reasonable good use of limited surplus investment come gambling type instincts for raising collectively pooled funds for use by its members in some sort of turn-by-turn toss and luck type of output basis. State government and central government run rupees 1, 10, 100 lottery tickets were very popular gambling events organized by legal, governmental, administrative machinery in India in the latter half of the 20th century. They were being carried out to raise legal funds for certain development projects as an alternative of raising taxes. If honestly carried out by any legal organization, such gambling is not harmful but actually a healthy alternative way of raising funds for national social welfare and healthcare type of projects. Conclusion. Gambling and playing with stakes is in general a very bad habit. Gamblers can behave insanely under the spell of maddening gambling instinct. Lottery schemes to generate funds for national or social welfare schemes like construction of roads, dams, hospitals, temples, etc. can be a good way of providing opportunities to fulfill the gambling instinct in any common man without its possibly terrible bad consequences. A lottery and chit fund type of scheme can be designed in generating the funds for social national welfare institutions like temples, hospitals, research labs, schools, universities, etc. The author wishes to thank Professor C.R. Prabhakar for providing me this opportunity to present these Puranitihasic episodes illustrating the bad to worst consequences of gambling with stakes and the devil of the mad gambling instinct.
Thank you so much, Professor Ghare, for this very comprehensive discussion and the importance of what gambling addiction can do in modern society and what our Puranic Itihas has to teach us. Our next speaker is a Professor Dr. Sitaram Lakshmi. Is Sitaram Lakshmi ji here? Partha Gaye, so Madhuram, substantiation with references to music in Ramayana.
She's here. Come. She will do next. Let the next.
Okay. So then Mr. Bharat from Bangalore, importance and significations of Aditya Rudram from Ramayana. Aditya Rudayam from Ramayana. Please go ahead.
Sure. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om Adideva Namastubhyam Prasida Mama Bhaskara Divakara Namastubhyam Prabhakara Namostute. Prabhakar Guruji Namaste. So today's topic is importance and significance of Aditya Hridayam. Aditya is sun god, and the Hridaya, which is related to the core of this Aditya, the power of Aditya. And this is coming in Ramayana. As you are aware, Ramayana is very important for us. Rama, the way Rama lived, we also have to follow Rama's Adarsha. He is Maryada Purushottama. This is very important. And what is the connection between Rama is a great god and the great another god superpower called Surya Bhagavan? Who doesn't know about Surya? Surya, it is known to all of us. I think when there's a cloudy days, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4th day, you feel like there is no life. It is that important. And the power of this Surya is amazing. He is Agni. The Agni which is coming out of Surya, it is there inside as Vaishwanara Agni or Jatara Agni. So whatever we eat, we are able to digest because of the Agni is there. And you know very well, when Agni is going away from our body, it is just called body. There is no name, form or anything. Finally, the Prarabdha karma is over. That's it. So this Surya Bhagavan is responsible for the creation, the sustenance, and also taking out anything which is not required from this life, which means we are time and space bound. We are human beings. The time is nothing but the Surya Bhagavan's movement. Surya has got 3 movements. We are aware. Every day, 24 hours, 1 round. And we have Dinaha Ratri, Dinamapi Rajani, Sayam Pratha. I think you know very well. So that is there. And also, it goes in another axis, that is Uttarayan and Dakshinayan. It makes 2 great ayanas. Now we are in Dakshinayan. And it is responsible for creating all this time frame. Perfect. And also, it comes 1 round throughout this globe. Our Earth, comes around that sun once a year. So put together, it is Rutukarta Prabhakara. That's amazing one. When you look at, and I was just going through this about what all it is there in our Veda or in our Stotras about Surya. It's very, very interesting for me is we start with our week. Very happy day for in 7 days is nothing but it's a Bhanuvara, Sunday. It is sun day. We are very happy that day. And this sun is responsible for taking care of 84 lakhs of Jiva Rashis, because everywhere you need that Agni inside. And we respect sun every day morning. We say that Savitra Mandala Madhyavarti, Savita Surya Narayana Idamarghyam Dattanna Mama. And without that, the day never used to start, those olden days, for all Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, for entire community. That means we are connected with the sun. And morning sun rays, when it falls on our body, you know that all sort of vitamins, all food, everything, it is completely going through our body. And the shining, you should see the people, village people, when they go to work and they see in their evening, it's shining their skin. That's because of the sun rays. They're very powerful. And then the Veda, for example, you know that the first Veda is Rig Veda. It's very, very interesting Veda. It starts from Agni Mile. The Agni is there. So Agni Mile, when it starts, it throughout about Homa, Havana, and all that, it happens through Agnis. We used to believe through this Agni, we can reach easily to the ultimate goal to achieve our moksha through yajnas, yagas, and all that. Another important thing is every day home, I think most of us, we do that. Deepam harati papani sandhya deepam namostute. That means the deepa harati papa, all our papas, it takes away, and that is called sandhya deepa, evening deepa. So that is how we used to start when we are small at home. Even now we do that through Jyoti. And asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrutyonma amrutangamaya. Asat, we are moving from asat to sat. And then tamasoma jyotirgamaya, the jyoti is very important. It takes out our tamasika guna. And we always use, while eating food also, we say hot meal. Bisi coffee in Bangalore, it's very famous. Hot meal, hot, heat. Without heat, there is no fun in eating also. Then in the Navagraha Stotra, the first Stotra says, Japa Kusuma Sankasham, Kashyapeyam Mahadritim, Tamorim Sarva Papagnam, Pranatosmi Divakaram. Sarva Papa Pariharak, this Divakara. Amazing person. Amazing. Then Surya Kavacha Stotra says, Shrunaswa Manisha Dula, Suryasya Kavacham Shubham, Shariram Arogyadam Divyam, Sarva Saubhagyadayakam. And if you come to Purusha Sukta, it says, Om Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasrakshas Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishwato Vratva Atyatishtat Dashangulam. That means this Bhagavan, what we say, Brahman, he is the Ashtatishtat Dashangulam. 10 angula is above Bhumi, it says. But who is that above that Bhumi? We can see that it is nothing but Surya. Surya has got all around the sun, all around this Bhumi, a Surya is there. That is Prabhakara. He is above this one. And because of which only everything is connected to each other. I think we have something called Jada, that is Prakriti and Purusha. Purusha is having the energy, what you call energy. It is there every time, all the time, everywhere. And also Prakriti, in the Mula Prakriti, it is there. It is Jada. Nothing is there in that. So when these two, who is responsible putting these two together? For example, our body. We have Panchabhutas, and then we have also energy. When you have put together the binding factor is nothing but it is energy. That is called Agni, that is called Surya, because of which we are there. Our existence is there. So we believe in Punarjanma. What is this Punarjanma? We come because of Prarabdha Karma. We believe in rebirth. That Prarabdha Karma brings us here in the form of body. The moment Prarabdha is over, our life is over. So we have a great opportunity during this Prarabdha Karma to finish and also at the same time come out of this cycle of Punarjanma. Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Maranam. Come out. So to coming out, there is a Purushartha, 4. So you have Dharma, Artha, Kama, and finally Moksha. So what you have to do, we have to follow Dharma. To desire is what? Reaching Moksha, and we have to earn Artha. To get this Artha or this Sampat, and when you have this Sampat, we can reach to Dana, Dharma, and doing something good, and we can reach Moksha. So to get this Artha, we have to be in this Bhumi. This Bhumi is governed by Surya again, Surya Bhagavan. So it is well connected. Surya inside energy is nothing but Purusha, and all this Bhumi, everything is nothing but a Prakriti, including our body. So the togetherness is nothing but amazing, something called Jiva. We love a lot our Jiva. Jivatma, we love ourselves, and we also love others. So this is what it is about, some details about all Surya. Then coming to Rama, Rama is Avatara Purusha, and he is also a super human being. And now he is a god for us because of his great dharma. And he was fighting Ravana with Ravana. Ravana is also a great person. He also finally got moksha. And when this Rama was fighting with Ravana, there was something continuously. Ravana had, each head used to come one after other. It is very, very tough to fight with Ravana and win this war. So that is the time the great Muni called Agastya, he came along with these Ganas, and then he gave this mantra, so-called Aditya Hridaya mantra. I think you have understood now. Aditya Hridaya is nothing but Hridaya. Inside you have that Purusha, as Veda says, that Purusha, and the Purusha's blessing, the Purusha's energy, when it came to Rama, he could easily manage the situation. So today's topic, it says that leading to success in war, that is activity. Every day we are doing activity. Activity has got a start, beginning, it has got end. But earliest, if you reach the end, that one project is over. So idea is to get as soon as possible coming to an end. And for that, any project if you take in our life, it has got its own risk, it has got its own process, it has got a lot of challenges. You need technologies, you need people, multiple things. So that's the reason we say that when it reaches the end, it is not because of me, it's the grace of God. We say there's something power behind that. You are lucky you have achieved it. What is that luck? What is that all that? To get that luck, you need Ashirvada. That is nothing but coming from this great Munis. This is what Agastya, he came, and for Dharmatma Rama, he came and he taught this Surya Bhagavan's mantra. And after doing that mantra, finally he could win the war. So I would like to cover maybe few slokas because of interest of time. Probably the first mantra, it says, Daivataischa samagamya drashtumabhyagatoranam upagamya bravi ramam agastyo bhagavan rishihi. So along with all these Devaganas, Agastya came to Rama just to give him this special mantra. And the next one is fifth one. In that fifth one says, Sarva Mangala Mangalyam Sarva Prapa Pranashanam Chinta Shoka Prashamanam Ayurvardhanam Uttamam. It says we have Chinta and Shoka. If you are unable to achieve something, we will have worries. And also we have, because of that worries, Chinta, that zero if it goes, it's called Chitta, end of life. So that Chinta should go away from our mind. For that, you need this kind of great motivational or energetic something coming into our body. That is the reason the fifth sloka very clearly says, Ayurvardhanam Uttamam. For increasing your longevity or for increasing your energy, you need this Aditya Hridaya mantra. Then the eighth mantra says, Esha Brahma cha Vishnuscha Shivaskandha Prajapatihi Mahendrodhanadha Kalo Yamasomo Pampatihi. So he is the creator, Brahma, he is the Vishnu sustainer, and he is the destroyer. And also he is having other names called Skandha. Skanda is nothing but Kartikeya, Lord Shiva's son. You know, he is very important for fighting. And then Prajapati is a lord of creation. And also the Indra. Indra is nothing but wealth, God. He's having a lot of wealth. That's required. Then the 9th one shloka says, Pitaro vasavasadhya hyashino maruto manuho vayur vagni praja prana rutukarta prabhakaraha vayur vagni praja prana. Each and every praja, the living beings, there is Agni is there, and also that Vayu is there. So this Agni is coming from Surya, because of which living beings are having that life. And Rutukarta, because of Rutus, every Rutu change, nothing but we get a variety of fruits. In Bangalore, I think it's a great place to enjoy. You can see every Rutu trees, different colors, trees, beautiful, and various colors. All Vibjar colors you can see in 1 year in various trees. It's amazingly great. And similarly, variety of fruits throughout the year. And based on the Rutu, you know what fruit is there. For example, I think now the Rutu, what is running now is nothing but Hemanta Rutu. Hemanta Rutu is Margashira. Today is Chaturdashi. It's amazing. Now just Kartika is over, and now it's a cold season. Himavanta. That is a cold season. What is going on now? Now, when you go out and see, you can see apple, you can see orange. Like every time, every Rutu, you can see 2 very special type of fruits. So Rutukarta Prabhakara speciality is this. Then number 12 shloka number. It says Hiranyagarbha Shishiras Tapano Bhaskaro Ravihi Agni Garbhodite Putra Shankha Shishira Nashanaha. So he is Hiranyagarbha, storehouse of riches, and Shishira, so, and Ravi, bearer of the fire and dissolution of whom, son of Aditi, blissful and destroyer of cold or evil. So what is that destroyer? We have really within us Kama, Krodha, Madam, Atsarya, Lobha, Moha. These 6 things has to be destroyed. Then only we are the perfect human beings. I think emotionally, if you attach to anything, that we are creating more and more karmas. If you don't want to have any karma, only karya. That is, whatever you are doing, it is, it says Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. It is nothing, is phala is not mine. If you have to have that mind, you should not have this Arishat Vairis. So to remove that, this is very, very important. This shloka, just imagine each and every shloka gives some essence of the meaning of our life to Rama. Then next is 22. I'll just quickly go to 22. Nashayatyesha vaibhutam tadeva srijati prabhu payatyesha tapatyesha varshatyesha gabastibihi. It says, Sun God destroys all that has come into being, and he alone creates them all and sustains. He alone radiates heat by his rays and sends rain. Important thing is, I think in our home we have RO, that's a reverse osmosis, very, very important. With that, we get a pure water. And we get Kaveri water, for example, in Bangalore, then we again do that RO and we get 220 hardness to something like 60 hardness, equivalent to Bisleri. But this sun god has got a special capacity. He takes water, whatever the form it is, he takes it up and he gives a fantastic rain. I think you know that Chatak Pakshi is there. It is waiting for that pure water to drink in the sky itself. That's very, very important. So he gives, he is responsible for that. Then 23rd, that I would like to stop it. Yesha sukteshu jagarti bhuteshu parinishtitaha Yesha evagnihodrancha phalam chaivagnihodrinam. So his being is the inner controller of all of us. He is responsible for making us awakened. And because of his heat, his energy, we are very active. We are in Jagrata Avastha. In Jagrata Avastha only you can do dhyana and all that. Nidra and other, this one, when you are deep sleep, you can't do anything. So only Jagrata Avastha. Second one is when you are sleeping, you are generating, charging your battery for next day. So during that time, he is supta, he is there inside, he'll make you so that next day with fresh energy will come up. That energy charging from sun is happen through that. Chandrama manaso jataha. It is also very important that the Chandra and Surya together how they play. Chandra is responsible for so many things, for our manas and also for our Sasya Varga, to give the fruits and all that, vegetable, responsible. Direct sun heat and through the moon it is coming. So, and if these are the shlokas what we have understood, finally Rama, after listening to all that, so he has done Achamanya and Sutir Bhutva, and after that he got that power. After getting the power, Rama, he fought the war without any problem. So victory was with Rama, and that is the reason the Aditya Hridayam, it's my personal experience. 2 times in my life I have seen something like tough time. Suddenly somebody told me that Aditya Hridayam is great. I have practiced and it was a wonderful experience, because you have to do it like a meditation continuously for at least 2-3 months every day. Continuously, if you recite this, that's a guarantee of success. Thank you so much, Guruji, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you so much. Om Tat Sat.
Mr. Bhatt, thank you so much for covering such a vast topic of Aditya Hridayam and reminding us to reach in within ourselves. There is an Antaryami who wakes us up, and that is the most important to gain victory in the war, which is really a metaphor for activities in this life itself. And the most important application, I would think, is that we are at war, it seems, with Prakriti, and thus we can see climate change and other big issues facing humankind, and hopefully we will be able to read this slokas and mantras and pray for our human condition right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is Professor Sitaram Lakshmi there? Will she perform for us, or Guruji, you're yes. Or shall we go?
After Raghava, maybe she will be doing it.
Okay, sounds good. So then we'll go to Dr. Raghava Bodhapalli, who will again touch on the importance of Agni as revealed in Sanatana Dharma. Thank you.
Good morning to the participants from the US, and good evening to all the participants in the in this country, India. So my topic today is a little bit away from the topic that has given by the NVAK, the Nada Veda Adhyayana Kendra, Dr. Prabhakarji, but this definitely would show some of the important things that how the Sanatana Dharma Agni played an important role in the human beings condition of life, and how it is going to give a major change in the life of human beings is also highlighted in some of these things. I do not know how to go to the highlight to share. I think you will be able to see the slides, right? So there are several Vedic gods, and which you can see here in this slide, and there are several for that matter. But Agni is the second important divinity, and he is the intermediary between gods and human beings. And there are more than 200 hymns that were revealed in the Rig Veda are devoted to Agni, and he pervades as fire on the earth, and as lightning in the atmosphere, and as the sun in the sky. So I'm not going deep into these other Vedic gods, but my present topic is on Agni. That's why I concentrated on this. So Agni in Vedas and epics. So according to Vedic texts, every elemental force is presided over by a deity, which we all know who has studied the Vedas and other scriptures. The Vedic text, Agni is one of the major and most invoked god. Agni Devata remains as an integral part of the Sanatana Dharma traditions and is a witness as Agni Shakti. Agni is one of the Vedic deities who received tremendous importance in all the Veda Samhitas of Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads, and epics, both Ramayana and Mahabharata, where you can see here the frequency of occurrence of Agni's name in Rig Veda 1858 times, in Shukla Yajurveda 512 times, and in Krishna Yajurveda 1126 times, Samaveda 375 times, and Atharva Veda 574 times. And if you consider Srimad Ramayana, there are 73 times Agni's name Mahamuni Valmiki has written, and Mahabharata is 489 times. General features of Agni, and if you take this one, Agi plus Ni Angati Urdhvam Gachati, the one which goes up, and it is the fire, and Agi plus Ni Angati Agnim Ganma Prapayam in golden color. The Agni is in golden color. And as you all know, he is the presiding deity of Tejas, fire, heat, and he belongs to the town Tejovati, and his direction is Agneya, that is southeast, and he is represented as Sanatanudu, the eternal being with a red body. And he has 2 heads, 6 eyes, 7 arms, in which he holds objects like this surk suva, that is spoon, ladle, fan, and he has 7 tongues, 4 horns, and 3 legs. Agni has braided hair, wears red garments, and also Ignopavita, the sacred thread which the 4 Varnas uses. And according to Mantra Shastra, the letter Ra is the Agni Bija. He is attended on either side of his consorts, Swaha and Swadha. And what are the types of Agni when you consider? Agni is one of the 5 traditional physical elements that make up the world of matter, and the sacrificial fire, which we use quite regularly, and also in the home. Agni has 5 aspects known as Panchagni, that is Garhapatyagni, Ahavaniyagni, Dakshinagni, Sabhyagni, Avasatyagni. And according to Puranas, there are 8 Agni Devatas, that is including Agni, Ajaraprabhudu, Jatavedudu, Naryapasudu, Panktirathudu, Visarpudu, Vaishwanarudu, and Sahojudu. Agni has 10 arts that are Dhuma, Arsi, Ushna, Jwalini, Jwalani, and Vispulingini, Sursi, Surupa, Kapila, and Havya, Kavya, Vaha. So these are the 10 arts that Agni has. And if you consider Agni Purana, Agni, how he is, and Agni Purana, one of the major 18 Puranas which Vyasa Mahamuni has given to human beings, contains descriptions of and details of various incarnations of Lord Vishnu and others. And the Agni Purana is sacred because it tells us the essence of Brahman, that is the divine essence. It is originally recited by Agni to sage Vasishtha, and Vasishtha narrated to Vyasa Maharshi, who related it to Suta Mahamuni, and ultimately Suta Mahamuni narrated Agni Purana to an assembly of sages in Naimisharanya. And the Agni Purana contains 16,000 stanzas distributed in 383 chapters, dealing with ritual worship like cosmology, histology, warfare, and even sections of Sanskrit grammar, meter, law, medicine, and martial arts. Medical information provided in the Agni Purana was taken into Sushruta Samhita, Ashtanga Sangraha, Vrinda Madhava, and Chakradatta. And Agni Purana is referred, even now is referred to as the encyclopedia of Indian culture. It describes the various aspects of human learning. And if you consider some of the verses that the Vedas have said, and Rita has said this, Agnimile Purohitam Yajnasya Deva Mrutwijam Hotaram Ratnadatamam. I adore Agni, the sacrificial priest, luminous vibrations of truth, and the fierce warrior, the bestower of delight. As you all know, this is the first mantra of our Chaturvedas. Agrena Yasupatha Raye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidwan Yuyodhyasmat Juhurana Meno Bhuishtante Namahuktim Vidhema. You just see, it is revealed in the Rigveda, Taitriya Samhita, Shukla Yajurveda, Taitriya Brahmanam, Shatapatha Brahmanam, and Taitriya Aranyakam. And what it tells is that, O self-luminous Agni, may you who know all the ways guide us to the best of all the ways in which we can use ourselves to earn prosperity and get rid of all the cruel sins that we do on day-to-day basis, and we repeat and continue our prayers and salutations to you. And Agni is such a powerful God. And if Agni in Durga Suktam, so people will get, some people may get, what is the Durga Suktam coming into Agni? Durga Suktam is an ancient hymn revealed, and the mantras are scattered at 4 places of Rigveda. Those are those things that are given here. And Agni is the Devata for all those 4 Rigveda mantras. And there are 7 mantras or stanzas in the Durga Sukta. 4 mantras revealed in the Rigveda, as said above, and 2 mantras are revealed in the Yajurveda, and 1 mantra is revealed in the Atharva Veda. Durga Suktam with all the 7 mantras is found in the Taitriya Aranyakam Mahanarayana Upanishad in the 10th chapter of the, containing the 2. And Durga Suktam is primarily a hymn addressed to Agni, not to goddess Durga. It is praying him for protection from difficulties and obstacles. It is, however, popularly accepted and recited as a hymn of goddess Durga, particularly as one of the verses refers to a Devi or Durga Devi by that name. This Suktam praises and describes the role of Lord Agni as a boatman who ferries us towards Mukti, that is the enlightenment. If you consider Agni in Yajurveda, it is phenomenal. I just tell you, because I have studied under Guru Brahmasri Vedam Venkata Ramashastri Garu, and there are more than 100 gods references in the Krishna Yajurveda Taitriya Samhita. Among these, the place of Agni is just unique. Agni stands first among these gods. Agni is mentioned in 31 chapters of the 40 chapters of the Taitriya Samhita. No other deity is mentioned in so many chapters, because you know why, we will see later slide. The inherent effects of Agni mantras can be referred in these 31 chapters. He protects the Vedas, overcomes all human fears, and perceives their righteousness. Maybe Professor Shashi Tiwari will not, and Professor Balram Ji will not accept as dharma to say righteousness. I fully agree with them, and it is, he preserves the dharma. There are several mantras in Yajurveda describes his character and innate influences. Several mantras of Taittiriya Samhita reveal that Agni is nothing but Rudra. They both are same. Rudra, Rudrova, Esha, Edagnihi. It is said in Taittiriya Samhita in the 5th and 6th kandas. Some of the mantras used in the Mahanyasa, compiled by Bodhayana Maharshi, seems to be praising different deities. But no, it is the Agni who is praised as the chief deity. And by worshipping Agni, the materialistic desires in us are extinguished and temperance is nurtured. And one of the mantras that is given as Purnahuti mantra, and we do at the end of every homa, we do the Purnahuti, and Purnahuti mantra is this, that is revealed in the Taittiriya Samhita at three kandas, first kanda, third kanda, and fourth kanda, and it is unique to the Krishna Yajurveda Samhita, Taittiriya Samhita. Saptate Agne Samhita Sapta Jikva Saptarshaya Saptadhama Priyani Saptahotra Saptadhatva Ejanti Saptayo Nira Prunasva Gritena. Oh Agni, you like 7 samhitas. You have 7 tongues. You like 7 places. His 7 places are there, and you have 7 priests to perform an yajna, and there are 7 yajnas to worship you. And this mantra is used during Purnahuti time in various functions. While reciting the Sapta and Saptapada Rik, ghee should be taken 12 times in the sacrificial ladle and should be offered to the Agni because he likes ghee. So some of the other mantras that are revealed in the Taittiriya Samhita, there are more than 500 mantras in Taittiriya Samhita, and I am bringing out a book with Agni Mantra Manjari in Telugu with 250 to 300 Agni mantras with meaning of that. Agne Vratapate Vratan Cherishyami Tachakeyam Tanme Radhyatam Agnim Hotara Mahitagum Huve Devan Yajnayanahi Yajnan Havamahe. O Agni, the fire of our woes, inspire me to master my lower self. May the fire grant me strength and make my effort fruitful. Agre tvam paraya navyo asman swasti bhirati durgani vishwa pushcha prudhvi bahulana purvi bhavato kaya tanayaya shanyo. As I said earlier, this is the mantra that comes, one of the mantras that come in the 7 mantras of Durga Suktam. O Agni, you can get rid of my guilt, transgress of sins by scientific practices and give us perfect karma. And the place we live in is in wide open for us to dwell in, and land was full of vegetation. May our spring be happy. May our offspring will be happy. Offspring means children and other next generation. Yate agne rudriya tanustaya pahi tasyaste swaha yate agne yashaya rajashaya harashaya tanur varsista gahvareshtogram vacho apavadhim tvesham vacho apavadhig swaha. Do not torment us with your cruel body and form. Protect us with this. We are providing havis to this form. Enjoy the havis. Protect us with your kindness and bless us. Your body is made up of iron, silver, and hiranyan, that is gold, are very ancient and majestic. Subdue the cruel and offensive words that our enemies use against us. Ayurda Agne Jushano Ghuta Pratiko Ghutayo Niredhi Ghritam Pitva Madhucharu Gavyam Piteva Putram Abhirakshata. This is one of the mantras. I really like it. O Agni, you accept these rice havis purodasha as oblations. in the yajnas and yagas, do you like to accept the ghee? This ghee would become causative agent for the jiva rasi, that is the origin of life. You accept the pure ghee and provide good life and protect this sacrificer like a father who safeguards his son. Which father doesn't like his son? Tell me in this world, any country in the entire universe, all fathers like their sons. And this is one of the things that the Yajurveda has brought out. That is Yajnagni. Yajnagni is the Agni that is originated only during the time of Yajna. Agni is Deva Mukha. Agni Mukha eva devata prinati agnimva ananya devata. This is the main important deity for any yajna. Agni is the main important deity. Agni that is kindled for the purpose of yajna is called Yajnagni, or the sacrificial fire. It is ignited through a mechanism called Agni Manthana while chanting particular mantras from Yajurveda. The wood instrument consisting of a pair of arani, which you can see here, used to churn Agni, is manufactured from the Ashwatha tree. Not just Ashwatha tree, but it should be growing out of the womb of a semi-tree. So that kind of a arani we have to bring. Who is doing all this stuff now? But Yajurveda said, semi-garbhagnim manthati. In Taittiriya Brahmanam it is said. So in the next mantra, Agni Manthana, parts of the instruments that are described in this picture and the method of originating Yajnagni are described in this mantra. So due to paucity of time, I go to the next slide. This is my last slide. That is Agni Gayatri, Vaishvanaraya Vidmahe Lalilaya Dhimahi Tanno Agni Prachodayat. Agni is the God who has been benevolent to mankind and to the entire universe, not just India. Agni is being meditated on as seven-faced deity. One of the faces is Vaishvanara Agni. The food eaten by the living beings is digested by the Vaishvanara Agni, that is also called as Jataragni, is being directed and worshipped. The seven tongues of Agni can be seen tottering, moving up and down. So with this, I end my talk with the prescribed time. My respects to Professor Prabhakarji and Dr. Anjanaya Prasad and Mrs. Rita, and who has given me time and to present this presentation. Thank you so much. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Bodupalli. It was such an amazing talk. And in that talk itself, I am reminded of Mother Devi, Durga Devi, because you said that Swaha and Swada are on either side of Agni. Tvam Swaha, Tvam Swada, Tvam Hi, Bashatkara, Swaratmika, Tridha Sudha, Tvam Akshare Nitye, Tridha Matra, Stita Nitya. So pronunciation and verbs are wrong, but the close connection of Agni with Devi, we cannot deny. Thank you so much for this beautiful talk. So, and also to, of course, Prabhakar Garu, who has made all these things possible, and Prasadji. So the next talk is Dr. Nishi Arora will speak. Are we going to have music by Dr. Sitaram Lakshmi?
Nishi Arora, you allow her to talk.
Okay. So Dr. Nishi Arora, Vibhishana and Arjuna, a comparable theory of spirituality. Dr. Nishi Arora, go ahead, please.
Unmute.
Dr. Arora is there or? So should we go to Dr. Charan Manikthala?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Charanji, please unmute yourself and.
Yeah, just a minute. Let me load up the presentation.
Maybe Dr. if Nishi Arora is there in the meantime.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't realize that 2-3 folks are not there. So give me a second. I think I should be ready shortly.
But the whole session, I'm just a mind-blowing depth of information and knowledge. So very, very, very thrilling day today. And the continuity of and focus on Dharma and Atman and the encouragement to pursue our highest state and continue to evolve towards Brahman and self-realization has been very encouraging. Thank you to all the speakers today. Go ahead.
So all right, good. Thank you. So first of all, thank you to Dr. Prabhakar and Dr. Shashi Tiwari for your guidance to enhance my understanding of Vedas and other important scriptures of Sanatana Dharma. So Shri Krishna Arpam, Bhagavatam, Canto 11 has 31 chapters, and we shall attempt to internalize. I want to make sure I emphasize on that word, internalize the 25th chapter today. 11th canto contains the final teachings of Krishna to Uddhava. Before Krishna leaves us as in the manifested form and takes on the unmanifested form, thus initiating the transition to Kali Yuga. So I want to make sure I go very slow in the beginning just to set the context of this important canto and the chapter as well. The 11th canto is also classified as Uddhava Gita. One of the presenters in the early on had made a comment which I really liked, which was the Uddhava Gita has very succinct and clear directions for us, and I would wholeheartedly agree with that. So it is also considered as a continuation of the Krishna's instruction in Bhagavad Gita. It is more of an instructional or prescriptive. I'm again gonna emphasize on the word prescriptive guidance by Krishna to Jiva on governing forces and provide remedies for the vicissitudes of Kali Yuga. So Krishna realized that we are transitioning to Kali Yuga, and Krishna was aware of the various vicissitudes or the various challenges that we will face in the Kali Yuga itself. In chapter 16 of Canto 11, Krishna reminds us of his omnipresence, whether in material or non-material, in manifested or unmanifested form, and in living or non-living. So I will touch more on that, on the pervasiveness of Krishna in some of the additional shlokas and the verses that I will cover. Sensory perceptions, tendencies, which are the gunas, bhavas, our thoughts, flow of energy, which runs through everyone, and all other attributes of Prakriti reflect Krishna. So that is a very important thing for us to understand, where I will even emphasize in the follow-on slides, your thoughts are not your thoughts, but they are Krishna's thoughts. So which is very important for us to open the hand of thought, which is my title, Clenched Fist, and our ability to open it as instructed in Bhagavatam, Canto 11, chapter 25. So chapter 25 of Canto 11 highlights the pervasiveness of the three gunas, or tendencies, which are sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, your thoughts are not your thoughts, they are Krishna's thoughts. This is what is being conveyed by the pervasiveness and the existence or the Krishna consciousness. Mindful meditation or samadhi or stillness of mind, they are all the same, as practiced by the rishis when sitting in a meditative stance, teaches us just to observe our thoughts. Don't cling to it. When you meditate, several thoughts will come to you and you watch it originate, disseminate, and disappear. They are just flowing thoughts. And not to have those take hold or clench our mind. Because these are, just as rishis mentioned, passing thoughts. A bhava originating from his energy, a delusion, a thread, or a knot in the fabric of Maya. A popular term for this guidance being used in our contemporary times is also propagated in Japanese Zen. And Zen, by the way, is dhyana. The word dhyana from India, Sanskrit, became Chan in Chinese and became Zen in Japan. In Japan. So in chapter 16, two verses specifically caught my attention. And they're all on the screen. Everyone is a Sanskrit scholar here. I will read the translation of these two verses. So the first one is verse 11. I take it back, Canto 11 and chapter 16 and verse 31. Of the enterprising, we are all enterprising. I heard one of the presenter also gave us an idea that if you want to earn billions, go earn billions, but stay in the yogast state. So very similar concept of enterprising, of the enterprising, I am the fortune. Among the cheaters, I am the gambling. We saw a big presentation on gambling. I am the forgiveness of the tolerant, and I am the goodness of those who are in the mode of goodness, which is sattvic primarily. So look at the extremes that Krishna has set for us. And I'll probably add on to that at the end of this slide, where the prescriptive or the instruction really comes into play. The second verse is again, Canto 11, chapter 16 and verse 10. I am the motion for those who seek progress. What a beautiful concept. What a beautiful way to express it. If you seek progress, I am the motion. I am the one who's going to support you. I am the time for those who exert control. I am the mode of the material nature. I am the equipoise in the pious. All bhavas originate from his energy. Now, with these two verses, Krishna reminds us that all karmic activity, which is expressed, and the reasons behind such karmic activity, which is the cause, irrespective of the moral standards. We covered gambling here, we covered goodness here. So irrespective of the moral standards, which is established by our innate gunas or tendencies, he or Krishna is behind that. So it's a very powerful statement when I came across. So chapter 25 then builds on this revelation of three gunas or tendencies. That is Krishna's expression in us. It is not my sattvic or my tamasic or my rajasic pravritti. It is what has been granted and which flows through me. And the proportions of such three gunas defines the actions that we engage in. And I'll go through some details. And again, very lot of clarity in this Bhagavatam, specifically in this canto, which was very revealing to me. So the intervention of our aham or ego is also a play of Krishna, which leads to his final act of annihilation once he creates and sustains us. He plants the desire, he provides the energy for the needed effort to fulfill the desire. He then provides the outcome, desirable or not. And finally, in a delusional state, the ego is seated in us, assuring a false sense of control, thus leading to bondage, destruction, and cyclical form of existence. An awareness of Krishna's play, for which he guides Jiva, is to transcend, leading to liberation from the bondage and the cyclical existence. And I'll cover that. Just spend 1 minute over here on the tendencies, which are the sattvic and rajasic and tamasic tendencies. A lot of clarity. When we look at ourselves, we can understand the tendencies or the bhavas which are flowing in us currently. So sattvic, stillness of mind, self-restraint, ability to bear either extremes, adhering to duty, truthfulness, kindness, remembrance of past, present, and future, contentment, renunciation or generosity, refraining from sense gratification, and on, and simplicity and humility. True sattvic traits. Rajasic traits, material desire, false pride, Trishna, which is insatiable desire. Again, I'm going to revert back to, you want to make 1 billion, which is fine, but let that not go to, once you achieve that, a 10 billion or 100 billion, let it be. The desire should be not insatiable. Rigidity, praying for the gains. When we go in front of a deity and we are praying for the gains, personal gains, that is a rajasic tendency. To ridicule someone, hasya, is a rajasic tendency. Balodayamaha, which is to believe that the effort is mine and the strength is mine, is a rajasic pravritti. So some of the tamasic pravrittis that we go through, which are obviously everyone is fairly aware of. Every scripture defines that kama, krodha, lobha, moha, ahankar. The one which caught my attention is the bhi, which is fear. The last week's presentation with the national conference, which Dr. Shashi Tiwari coordinated, in her last remarks, when all of us presented, she made a comment which made sense to me, and I shared that with Dr. Prabhakar, that the freedom, when she looks at it, the word freedom, swatantrata, is not that prominently or expressed. The word that gets used is the abhay, and abhay then obviously leads us from the tamasic tendencies onto the sattvic side. So like genotypes and phenotypes definitions in the genetic sciences, one can map the intent of rishis based on ritualistic or customary initiation And obviously, when one engages in religion, commerce, sensory pleasures together, it's a combination of the sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic pravrittis that we have. Krishna then guides us that the 5 elements, mind, reason, and ego, is his 8-fold divided nature, which is the lower or the apara prakriti, but the para prakriti makes the living world and through which this world is known. The apara prakriti is the lower self, but humans are endowed with the para prakriti, which is when awakened to, shall develop the discriminating mind and extends one an option to realize the pathway of experience and realize the emptiness of the form. So Krishna guides us. Concentrate on my transcendental state, surpass the jnana mode of sattvic, surpass various modes of rajasic, and surpass materialistic mode of tamasic, and situate yourself in the yogastha state or the mode of kaivalya. And that is the Turaya Avastha. And I have come across several other scriptures, different religions. The guidance is in line with what's been mentioned in Bhagavatam or Bhagavad Gita itself. So here is something which is from another scripture. I just wanted to bring in one more slide. Last week's presentation, there was a discussion on the dependent origination, and I thought I'll include this in this presentation as well. When we looked at the Bhagavad Gita, a similar concept is being portrayed in the shloka, verse itself, which is higher than the senses are the objects of the senses. Higher than the objects is the mind. Higher than the mind is the intellect. Higher than the intellect is the consciousness. Higher than consciousness is the unmanifest. Higher than the unmanifest is the Purusha. And higher than Purusha, there is nothing. And that is the Shunyata. So both of these were reviewed in the last week's presentation. So I thought I'll probably spend a minute or two. Both the perspective, the Buddhist Pali scriptures and also the Sanatan Dharma scriptures, they both are converging. So Buddhist Pali is when this is, that is, because this arises, that arises. When this is not, that is not, because this ceases, that ceases. So that tells us of the various bhavas that Krishna was guiding us on, and an affirmation from other scriptures as well. So at the end, I want to conclude that the shlok from the Bhagavad Gita, and again, there are Sanskrit scholars I would not recite in their presence, but it is very conclusive, which is awakened ones see this and are filled with awe and wonder. And that I use the word filled, and that is, from my perspective, that is a very important word, the fulfillment. Until unless we are fulfilled, we cannot share with anyone else because we still have abhavas. So one is filled with awe and wonder, which is the Ashcharya. Some speak of this wonder, some listen about this wonder, some even after hearing it do not understand. That concludes my presentation. Shri Krishnayarapam, Shri Veda Purusha Ashirvadayastu, Om Tat Sat.
Thank you very much, Charanji, with very, very wonderful presentation. Enjoyed it. Rita ji just got back. Rita ji, are you there? So we have the last few presentations. So we will start with the next presentation by Dr. T. Sitarama Lakshmi. She's going to talk about Pate Geyam Cha Madhuram, substantiation with references to music in Ramayanam. Amma, please go ahead.
Om Sri Guru Bhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Sri Rama Sita Hridsarasa Ravi Bhanuvamsa Sagara Chandra. Sri Rama Sita Hridsarasa Vamsa Sagara Chandra. Bhuri Dayamruta Sandra Sarasa Patraksha Ramachandra Narendra. Sri Rama Asrita Parijata Samasta Kalyana Gunabhirama Sita Mukham Moruha Chencharikaha Nirantaram Mangalamatanotu. Today, I'm giving some of the references I have seen in Ramayana regarding music. Ramayana is one of the most ancient epic in the world. We find a number of references to music throughout this epic. It is believed that Ramayana slokas are set to music by Valmiki. That means that itself shows the Ramayana is a kavya with blend with music. And he taught these Ramayana slokas set to music once to Lava and Kusha. They performed with all these musical renderings in the court of Sri Ramachandra. So melodious jatis they were used. First of all, I said, I talk about the existence of the musical terms in the music treatises and music world, along with the Ramayana's references. I compare and see chronologically how music is developed at the time of Ramayana itself. First of all, the Jati Ragas, they were They sang in the Jati Ragas, Jatis, not Ragas. The term Jati we see in the musicological treatises, Bharata's Natya Shastra, we referred about the Jatis. Later on, at the time of Matanga Muni, in his Bruhadesi, first introduced the word Raga, full-fledged scale is called as Raga. So Jati is also a replacement of the term Raga. So this Valmiki Maharshi, being a Kavya and music blended person, Pathye Geyech Madhuram, Sangeetam api Sahityam Saraswatya Stanadvayam. Saraswatya Stanadvayam. Sangeetam api Sahityam Saraswatya Stanadvayam. Ekam apata madhuram anyatha alochanamrutam. Ekam apata madhuram anyatha alochanam. Anyatha alochanam amrutam is sahitya. When you are listening to the speeches rendered by speakers, you may disturb yourself in the mind. You may miss some of the points referred by them. But music is rendered without your knowledge. The catching of all the nadas and musical words, along with the words, enter into your mind through your ears and spiritual way. So that is Pathye Geyech Madhuram, Madhuram Madhuraksharam. All these sweet words of Ramayana rendered with music composed by Valmiki, he is no other than Adivagekara. Before Tyagaraja, Muthuswami Dikshithar, Syama Sastri, Annamacharya, Purandaradasa, all these great Vagekaras, before them itself, Valmiki as a Vagekara, we have to accept Adi Vagekara. And the Talas are, Jatis are introduced, and Talas are also introduced. All these slokas in the Ramayana, I give starting points. I'm not a Sanskrit scholar, so I do. Jatibih saptabih bandham tantri laya samanvitam. This sloka says Jatis at the time of Ramayana were there in music of Valmiki. Talas are also measured, time measures are there in the Ramayana Kala, and Murchana, Ketu Gandharva Tattva, Tattvagnya, Murchanasthana Kovidavu, so on. Gandharva Iva Rupina. Balakanda is full of musical references. In all the 6 kandas, we see musical references, most of them in the Balakanda, Yuddha Kanda, and Kishkinda Kanda, and Sundara Kanda. We are not so much musical references we find in Aranya Kanda. Aranya Kanda also we see some nature produced musical sounds referred by Valmiki. So like that we see all the 6 kandas with musical references, means filled with Ramayana, filled with musical references is no doubt we can say. So then Geetam Vadyam Chrutyam Trayam Sangeetam Uchyate is the Sangeeta's definition. But Apsaras, Gandharvas and Sura Kinnaras all over there, means Nritya doing personalities are there, singing personalities are there, and playing personalities were there. Important Shruti Suddhata is also mentioned. What is the Shruti Suddhata? Well-tuned veena should be played, he says. Well-tuned means Shruti Suddhata. When it is not tuned properly, it should not be used for playing purposes. Valmiki says. So, Shruti Suddhata is also referred by Valmiki. Okay. in the other following slokas, he says at the time of coronation of Ikshvaku Rajas, concept of Dhruta, Madhya, Vilambita, Laya margas were used. That means slow tempo, medium tempo, and speed. All these instruments and renderings were to be done because to show the pleasure of receiving them for the stage. At the same time, he says, Rasai Srungara Karunya Hasya Veera Bhayana Kaihi. That means all sorts of rasotpatti producing music was rendered at the time of that coronation ceremony. Different melodies producing musicals there in the renderings. Thousands of music and in other sloka, he says thousands of musical instruments were played when Ravana entering into the court. That means happy occasion for the Lanka people. So they played hundreds of instruments to invite him to the court. And separate martial instruments mentioned in the Ramayana. We see in music different instruments of different types. Cultural musical instruments, ritualistic musical instruments, martial music instruments, and spiritual musical instruments. So many instruments varieties were mentioned in our musicography, and the same is mentioned by Valmiki. So the development of music at the time of Valmiki itself is properly mentioned. Separate martial music instruments are also referred. Ravana's Dhanurvina, he plays Veena, particularly at the time of just before war, to frightening the enemy armies, he plays Dhanurvina, which is producing frightening sounds. The same Veena may produce pleasantful sounds also, but he particularly plays at the time of just before war, he says, Bheri to play for calling army to the war, to call the army, Bheri to be played. Valmiki is an imaginary concept also he enjoyed. In one of his slokas, he says imaginary concept. In that he says bees humming and other birds enjoying, and some others were enjoyed the whole situation as a audience to the concert. Bees humming compared to stringed instruments. Bees humming compared to stringed instruments. That varieties of instruments he mentioned in this way. Frogs sounds like rhythm. Thunder clouds sounds like mridangam play. Like that, churning of curds, affectionate cries of cows inviting their calves, the sounds of bulls and flutes of shepherds are also seen by Valmiki in his imaginary atmospheric concept. So that means all the varieties of instruments, stringed instruments, percussion instruments, stringed instruments, and Tatavadyas, Avanadhavadyas, Sushiravadyas means wind instruments, and Ghanavadyas also. Ghanavadyas means metal instruments. All the four varieties of instruments are also present at the time of Valmiki of Ramayana. When Lakshmana entering into the court, into the ladies' courtyards, he heard some notes produced on Veena with strings of several kinds of Gitas. So Veena drawn with strings also heard. Veena at that time, all the musical stringed instruments are commonly called as Veena at that time, not this present Veena. The Veena is yard, like lute, all these Veenas are meant for producing the drone as well as plucking into that and to play on that. When Lakshmana entered into that, all the ladies were playing the musical instruments along with the drone. So various musical instruments were used at the time of Ramayana. The instruments are Madhuka, Pataha, Vipanchi, Mridanga, Panava, Dindima, Adambara. Like so on and so forth. So many instruments mentioned by Valmiki. That means all the obsolete instruments are also there, and some of the instruments are presently also played, and all these references I have given in the paper, some Sanskrit quotations, and to get the, and then finally to get the sleep, some ragas are meant for awakening, sleeping, and showing the pleasantness and moroseness. All these varieties of ragas we use for different purposes, and in the dramas and other things we see, cinemas and all, where we have to observe what situation is there, what raga they are using for that, we can understand. Like that, Valmiki Ramayana also containing to produce sleep to the Rajas, Ravana court. He in his bed chambers, women were singing the songs. Slowly he is getting into the sleep. At the same time, he has to get up, means that type of ragas they were in. Actually, I wanted to compare the period of Valmiki's Ramayana with Tyagaraja's Ramayana. Valmiki Ramayana and music and Ramayana, like that I wanted to. In that way, I have also collected Tyagaraja's compositions. Ye paniko janminchitanani niva ana anukoradu. Why I have come to this birth, you know. Valmikadi munulu narulu varninchina na asadirna. I am not satisfied with the going through the Ramayana of Valmiki. I wanted to present my own Ramayana in the musical way, in my musical compositions. He says, that is with pride to Rama. He says, "E paniko janminchidane." What work or what work sake I have given this birth, I don't know. Elavatar Metitvo, O Sri Rama Jai Rama, Sringara Rama. In that, all the relationships of Rama he mentioned. Alakala Lord, Vishwamitra taking him to the forest for his sake, protection of the Agni. He says, he describes about the his hair style, Ramayana, and looking at him, Rama, how he is enjoying Rama's face, was by Vishwamitra also mentioned, and Sri Rama Padama, how Pada is of Rama is Punita for the sake of Ahalya Sapa Vimochana. Like that, so many compositions reflected to show the all the kandas of Ramayana one by one, because which is not including in this talk. I'm disconnecting the other aspects of Ramayana mentioned by Tyagaraja. This is how to mention all the slokas. So if I read, it will take so much of time. Pathye geyech madhuram madhuraksharam pramanaihi tribhihi anvitam. Like that, so many slokas I took out from the Ramayana of Valmiki. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And I'm very happy for presenting this paper on Rama. I like Rama. My father liked. Always we write Rama, Sri Rama, and then only proceed to do Om and Sri Rama are our favorite way of entering into anything. Thank you very much for the opportunity given by the authorities, and thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Sitaram Lakshmi. If I were in the room, I would have touched your feet. But think of it as virtually touching your feet. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
And you know, my paternal grandfather's name, Ramachandra Bhandarkar. My maternal grandfather, Ramakrishna Shanai. So Rama is very close to our hearts too. Thank you for this presentation. And I got disconnected, but I wanted to say a few words also about Professor Maniktala's presentation was amazing. It just brought to focus that Krishna and Devi, Shyam and Shama, whichever book they speak, they come forward. And he spoke in how in Bhagavata, Krishna is the consciousness, the hunger, the forgiveness, all of this. And in chapter 5 of Devi Mahatmyam also, we praise Mother, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu, Shanti Rupena Samstita, Kshudha Rupena Samstita, hunger, Nidra Rupena Samstita, and Daya Rupena Samstita. So, the parallels in these two texts, Bhagavat and Devi Mahatmyam, just brings into focus that we, in our human mind limitations, provide categories, but basically divine is one, isn't it? The beautiful talk. I really enjoyed your talk. Last few minutes, I think I disconnected, but if Dr. Nishi Arora is there, if you could speak, but otherwise I will make just one or two concluding remarks. Thanks to Prabhakar Garu and Professor Sitaram Lakshmi and Prasad Chalyamji, Professor Prasad Chalyam. You know, in this couple of hours, oh, Nishi Arora is here. Please go ahead. We're looking forward to your talk. I will conclude later. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I am here since 7 only. But for that particular 2 or 3 seconds, I think I missed it. I'm so sorry for that. And I am grateful to Prabhakar sir and all the Waves team to give me this opportunity to speak today. If you people can hear.
Yes, go ahead.
If I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, I am so grateful to all the I'm so grateful. I learned a lot to
We have lost Nishiji.
Yeah, I think her connection is not very stable.
So then in the meantime, I'll just say that of the topics I noticed, we have discussed hermeneutics of language, of Sanskrit language. We have discussed finance, economics, environmental sustainability. We have discussed use of technology and musical instruments in Vedic times. We have also honored today our rishis, Valmiki, Vedvyasa, Sage Vashishta, Vishwamitra. So it's been a very, very amazing and blessed, uplifting day. Thank you everybody for participating with such enthusiasm and due diligence to our Vedic heritage. Thank you so much also for this opportunity. Nishi Arora, if you have the bandwidth, please go ahead. Thank you. Or maybe not. So
I
Prasad ji,
think
if you
she
can,
can switch off her video, then it may work. Bandwidth issue.
I think her
Yeah, her
video
connection
is.
itself is very unstable. So we'll see if she comes back. But yeah, but I very much congratulate everybody for the excellent presentation. And Rita ji, you have sailed us smoothly through the Zoom ocean and guided us to the shore. Thank you for your amazing leadership on organizing the talks in a very nice, smooth way. Thank you so much. And so then I want to make some concluding remarks.
What is the problem with Nishi Arora?
Her bandwidth is not very stable. So she's probably back. We can see if she is able to unmute and speak. Nishi ji, are you able to speak?
Yeah.
Sir, my connection was out for some time.
It's good now. It's good now.
Sorry. I'm sorry. And yes, sir. Sir, may I start with?
Yes, please go ahead.
Today, first of all, I am very grateful to all the speakers before me because I have learned a lot from all of them. And obviously, I am too small to be here in this platform, at this platform, but still I will present my paper in a very short period of time, of course. So my paper today is about Vibhishana and Arjuna. Means I want to hear clear about that about the two ways we can get salvation, or because we all know that the ultimate goal of being a human is to get moksha or salvation. So I want to proceed with my paper with the help of two characters in our tradition, in our culture, and they are Vibhishana and Arjuna. So if I'm audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So it is about Vibhishana and Arjuna. It's a comparable theory of spirituality. The word, we know, as we all know, that the world is full of greed, attachments, hatred, anger, and negativities. It is, we all know also that it is not only happening in this Kali Yuga, but is a persistent reality since long. So, according to the ancient Indian philosophies, the reason behind it are trigunas, as very explicitly described by my previous speakers. These are sattva, raja, tama, out of which raja is responsible for attachment and hatred, whereas tamas is the root cause of indecisiveness or moha. So under these raja and tama influence, the jivatma, the soul, takes it to enter another body. Once means Jivatma takes birth in different bodies. After the decay of one body, the soul leaves it and to enter another one. The cycle revolves around karma theory, as we all know. The Jivatma keeps entering the body and leaving them until it reaches its final destination, that is finding a place in feet of Bhagwan. Only then its pain and agony be cured. So, and we all know that only humans have that power, have the power to choose between cyclic rotation of birth and rebirth, or to get free from this painful journey. So, in this paper, the two paths of finding the final goal of birthing human clan through two legendary characters of Indian culture or tradition. One is Vibhishana and other is Arjuna. Let's talk about Vibhishana first. Everybody knows that the Vibhishan was brother of Lankapati Ravana. Ravan was an example of extreme ego and narcissism, while Vibhishana, despite his Rakshas clan, was a generous and pure soul. When he saw that Ravan is planning to initiate war with Sri Rama, he couldn't refrain himself from warning his brother. He also took a hard stand against his ill deed of kidnapping Sita ji through deception. On the other hand, Ravana was rigid on his stand and wanted Vibhishana to be loyal for him and his lordship. In Yuddha Kanda of Valmiki Ramayana, the conversation reveals that Ravan disgraced Vibhishana with abuses. He accused him of jealousy. He also titled him as a deceiver and disloyal. In this way, on the verge of a large-scale war, Ravana discouraged Vibhishana with disgraceful terminology and hurting his self-esteem. He also tainted him for being dependent upon Ravana. For his survival in this way, Ravana antagonized his own self in front of Vibhishana. He not only couldn't motivate Vibhishana to fight, but also he compelled him to leave his place. Vibhishana felt bad. It was his generosity only that he didn't speak anything in front of his elder brother. He tried to save Ravana from his suicidal desire to oppose Sri Rama. He also wanted to save the Rakshasa clan. He knew it well that Sri Rama was not an ordinary man, but rather a form of Bhagwan Vishnu himself. He left Lanka and surrendered himself in front of Sri Rama, though it was perceived as disloyalty on his part. He knew that salvation and victory is where Sri Rama was. Vibhishan left the side of adharma and took path of dharma and compassion. Then the other story is of Arjuna. He was the disciple and a dear friend of Bhagavan Krishna. The battlefield was set. Arjuna could see his grandfather, cousins, teachers, and other relatives in front of him as opponents. He became hesitant as he was overwhelmed with the thought of killing his own teachers from whom he learned to use bow and arrows. He was there to defeat his own grandfather, in whose lap he grew up. He went into a state of deep depression. He decided to leave the battle and to surrender. At that time, Bhagwan Krishna guided him. He told him the ultimate truth about winning and losing the battles. In this battles in this materialistic world, he preached him the reality of body and soul and social relationships. He removed Arjuna's doubts about kinship. Arjuna could realize that a human is not a doer. He is only a tool. Life and death, victory and defeat, and all fruits of all deeds are in the hands of Bhagavan Vishnu only. So the human can only do or his duties and have no control over its results. In this way, Arjuna was led to the path of righteousness. He fought the battle wholeheartedly and emerged victorious. So it can be concluded easily that the two paths of winning the materialistic and spiritual battles are: one is of Vibhishana, who surrendered himself completely without any doubt or questions and with unconditional positive regard. He left the attachments of all relations or money or materialistic objects and chose to be the side of truth and social justice. He realized his relation with Bhagavana as a bhakta. It was a promise of Rama that who take refuge under his kingship, he would free him from this cycle of birth and rebirth. On the other hand, Arjun, who realized his relationship with Bhagwan Krishna as a friend and disciple, he learned from Krishnaji and fought his battle with fullest of his power and skills. He could find eternity as he could learn the principle of Nishkama Karma from Bhagwan Krishna. The gist was, work without expectations is the path to reach his home, that is Bhagavad Dhamma. Hence, these two characters have shown us the path of spirituality and crisis management in life. And with these words, I should end my part today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this golden opportunity to present this paper in front of all you people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. I'm so glad that the connection worked out. It would have been our great loss if we had not heard your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Prabhakar Garu, if you can please conclude with vote of thanks. Your mic has to be unmuted, please.
Yeah. So thanks to everybody, and we have all participated and shared our ideas on the yajna of trying to know about the ethics congruently, what they are talking about, the spiritual knowledge, and also problem solving, and happiness is moksham or relief or anandam, brahmanandam. We have to. So all these actually the topic, the theme, and the individual topics taken by all the speakers itself is a big subject. But the speakers have got to be very much narrow down their knowledge and give us something glimpse, because each topic is worth a seminar and more and more. But in fact, everybody has done wonderful job. And see, Dr. Shashi Tiwari, which began with the Dharma, talked about Dharma's course, and then we have talk by Dr. Nath, who talked about Krishna Gitas, because Krishna is present in all. There are only 4 Gitas where Krishna has been a character and mentor and instructor. So we are all the Krishna Bhaktas trying to get to elevation. And Dr. Ingalali has spoken about the Yoga Vasishtha, a most important voluminous work. To give an idea about the voluminous work, especially Rama is a student and Vasishtha is the guru. Something like Arjuna being the student, Krishna. So we have beautiful, Rama also is made as a student to know more and more things. He may be in Yuddha Veera, but he must be also otherwise Adhyatmika way he must have. Not that he doesn't know, but God takes human avatara, he should give up all Godhead and be just human and teach all human beings for generations together. And again, that Yoga Vasistha is a wonderful subject, which our Professor Ingalalli, retired professor, and he has got so much PhD, DLit, and all those things are there with him. But we are much thankful to him. And now that Saraswati, she has been a very ardent student. She spoke about Jada Bharata. You know, Bharata is there, Bharat. Our country is called Bharat because of number of Bharatas. And all Bharatas are inspiration to get the name Bharat. So that's why even Bhagavad Gita, Krishna addresses invariably Arjuna as a Bharata, 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 so that he cannot succumb into the sentiments and then Indriyas, but he must have the national spirit always promoted as a Kshatriya. So Tasma Yudhyasva Bharata. So Yudhyasva Bharata, you have to mark it out, and beautiful it is. Then our Dr. Krishna Mohan Garu, always he is little hesitant, but still he could make a wonderful presentation and influencing, talking about this Vamanavatara, because Vamanavatara and Varahavatara and Narsimhavatara, these are, and among these three avatars, Narsimhavatara is very popular, and everybody keeps the Narasimha Swami as the Ishtadevata. But Varaha and Vamana, we have to focus on them, and we have got a wonderful picture from the pen of Potana also, because he is wonderful in translating in Telugu language. It is immortal work. He is a saint. And then we have got, after that, we have come to Dhananjay Ghare, who has brought us to the dice play, the gambling, which is a wonderful voice. So we are just fluctuating between so many ideas and levels of it. And so gambling is very important, because in fact, Uttaram Charita poet, dramatist, he says, for sake of gambling, and why gambling? For sake of land. Prithvi nimittam abhavat kuru pandavanam yuddham. So Prithvi is that, in fact, gambling was designed by the Shakuni when actually Duryodhana wanted to declare war, but Shakuni said, no, on our tea table, we can get the whole land on our side. So Shakuni's idea was liked by this Dushtacha. So they waged the war and made a lot of cheating and Shakuni. So Shakuni avoided big war, but made a preparation for the bigger war. That's called Mahabharata Yuddha. That's a wonderful job that Dhananjay Ghare has done it. And we have the Bhatt. Though, see, he just comes as a student in the Adhyayana Kendra, as though, but he's a wonderful all-round scholar, as we could see, make the presentation quite reachable to all people. And thanks to Bharati. And then we have got Raghav Bhattapal, he talks about Agni. So Agni and Surya, they are good alternatives to each other. Agni Surya, Agni Jyoti, Surya Jyoti, Agni Surya, Surya Agni. So we had that beautiful combination, Agni upon the land and Surya in the heaven. Both of them are important. One is terrestrial god and another is a heavenly god in mythology. And both, because that's why in Raghuvamsha Kalidasa says, Dinante Nihitam Tejaha Savitreva Hutasanaha. Beautiful, because Savitra or Savitar puts all his energy back into Agni so that he will take care of the night and all that. Beautiful presentation by Raghava Bhattapalli. We cannot make more comments on that. And then we have beautiful presentation by Dr. T. Sitarama Lakshmi. See, everybody is a Ratha, Maharatha, Atiratha, Jayaratha in their own respective fields. But all that Rathatvam has got to be given up and be available to just inspire and urge people who are interested to go into the topic, more and more information, and then learn something. So Rama, she has presented Pathye Geyecha Madhuram. And see, Ramayana is not only a Parayana Grantha meant for recitation, music, but also Geya. So that Geyatva has been shown by Lava and Kusha in the open court before Rama himself. So Rama was stunned to see that his story could be sung into the beautiful melodious ways. So that way we could understand there are many references to say that Ramayana is also a musical kavya, and Tyagaraja is the best protagonist of that, because he just made Tyagaraja Ramayanam and Chagopanishad. The entire, all his compositions highlight the character and conduct and eminence and influence of Sri Ramachandra. So if you just read Tyagaraja, we get to another interpretation of Rama's life, because Ramayana is a Savarapata, they say in Kannada. In 1,000 ways, you can always speak about Rama's story, and everybody has got license to render or describe the story of Rama. Therefore, in that light, Dr. Sita Ramalakshmi has tried to catch the references to music in Ramayana is wonderful talk. And then we have our Charanji. Oh, we always look at him, though he's a software engineer and so many other avocations in his professional excellence. He always talks of $1 trillion and $1 million. All that height he will be there. But I requested him to come down to our spiritual knowledge books, and then he had made a wonderful presentation. And so everybody is really nice, and especially Rita, she is all round. She is able to make comment on each paper, and that's really interesting. And I have nothing more to talk, but except announce that tomorrow also we are having some more good speakers, and that will be a continuation of that. And our Vedadhyayana Kendra, Nada Vedadhyayana Kendra, is having 2 days seminar and meeting, but because it's a virtual, we are only limiting by 4 hours. Otherwise, it could have been 12 hours from 9 to 9 in Bangalore, India, in our auditorium we used to do with all entertainment. But anyway, symbolically, we are able to do it. And I should thank the technical and all benefit that Dr. Prasad is giving, and he is monitoring the whole thing and all that. So today we have just a section of thinking about the theme that we have proposed, and thanks to Agni and everybody. So I expect Rita ji also to make comment, and then Prasad, and conclude with Meda Prayer.
I forgot to mention, Prabhakar Garu, today is a very auspicious day because it is Dattatreya Jayanti, Annapurna Jayanti, Bhairavi Jayanti, and also Purnima, Margashirsha Purnima. So what a blessing to be congregated like this. Thank you so much.
It's a quite wonderful coincidence. And all yes. They are all gurus. Dattatreya Gurum Bhaje. And we are thinking of Vyasa Guru. And so we always expect and wish for the Guru as Anugraha and Asirvada. Thereafter, we are all very stronger people.
Thank you.
To see all of you tomorrow at the same time.
Yeah. So this format of 15 minutes is, we call it lightning talks, but I definitely say they are enlightening talks. The people are able to provide such very important information in a short time in a very, very fantastic way, and definitely the lightning talks are enlightening. So thank you, and look forward to one more day tomorrow. And good night to everybody in India. It's very late, and then good afternoon for everybody.
Shanti Patham.
So Shanti Patham, please.
Anybody? Bhatji, if you are there, start Shanti Patham.
Rugar, can I start it?
Yeah.
Ramachandra Sharma.
Oh, Ramachandra Sharma is there.
Please
so I'm just give it to just before we conclude for about 10 minutes. Ramachandra, he's also a wonderful scholar, a Purohit, and Ganapati and software engineer. He has just prepared a 10-minute talk upon the Samudra Mathana, and he is waiting for that. And please let us listen to him 10 minutes and then conclude. Strictly 10 minutes, sir. Thank you. Ramachandra.
So, Gurugar, is it okay now, or can we do it tomorrow, or not to disturb others?
What Prasad says, and that 10 minutes is okay. Okay. Please, in 10 minutes you can.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Namaskaram to everyone, and then including my Guru Garu, Sri Guru Bhyanamana, Hari Om. So, as this talk is like how epics and then itihasas can be used for one human beings in the day-to-day life. So as a part of this one, I have chosen a topic of Ksheresagar Mathanam. This Ksheresagar Mathanam is basically given in the Srimad Mahabharata 8th canto, 8th skandam, from chapters like 4 to 8 kind of chapters. So this Ksheresagar Mathanam basically, and then this was same thing has been mentioned in the Mahabharata and the Ramayanam and then Vishnu Purana and then various other Puranas like Vedic Gods also. The utmost importance given for this Ksheresagar Mathanam is this is a symbolic expression of the yoga sadhana. So every day, like we'll be performing, everybody is supposed to perform some Sandhya Vandana or these kind of yogic practices, or else whatever the Devatachana, puja or anything. Everything is connected to the Raja Yoga practice. That means asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyana, dharana, samadhi. And then samadhi, being the samadhi is the ultimate goal. So samadhi means like there are several stages of the samadhi. The final one is nirvikalpa samadhi. That is nothing but the attaining the mukti in the bhakti yoga marga or jnana yoga marga or karma yoga marga. Attaining the mukti is the ultimate goal of the human life. So to do that thing, how to attain the mukti. So this was clearly explained in detail in the Ksheresagar Mathanam. So first of all, like I'll give you a glimpse of the story in just 1-2 minutes, and then proceed with the actual symbolic expression. So initially it was happened in the Raivata Manvantara and then Chakshasa Manvantara. During that time, says Durvasa was coming from the Vaikuntha after attending the puja with Lord Vishnu and then carrying a Mandara Mala, and then he visit Indra, Lord Indra, and then gave the Mandara Mala as a prasadam to Indra. But with the power, Indra got a lot of pride, and then he belittled that thing, humiliate that Mandara Mala, and then give it to Airavatam. So Airavatam, with its core nature, it stamped the Mandara Mala and then thrown away completely, spoiled that. So seeing this one, Durvasa got angry, and then he wanted to teach Indra a lesson, because with the power, one may get pride, and then pride is the ahankara, that is the pravritti ahankara, nivritti ahankara. So because of the ahankara, one may get fallen from the heights of the like from the spiritual journey to the lowest of the patalam. So one may become like yogi state to a rakshasa. That is what explained from Jaya Vijaya stories, like they incarnated as a Ravana Kumbhakarna, and then Shishupala Dantavaktra, all these stories like Hiranyakashipa, Hiranyaksha. So all these three janmas are indicates that one only. So one might fall in just because of the ahankara. That is called the Savikalpa Samadhi. Even when we reach the Savikalpa Samadhi, there are 8 more stages to meet the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, which is the Mukti. One should be very careful during that time. Being Indra, a king of heaven, he ignored that basic fact and then got the pride. And then when Durvasa decided to teach him a lesson, then he cursed him that he should lose his power, and then Rakshasas will be defeated him. So after some time, the demons, Asuras, will defeat the Indra, and then all the Devatas will lose their divinity, divine powers. So, and then they approach the Guru, Brihaspati, they consult the Guru for the remedy. Then Brihaspati suggests all of them to go to Brahmadeva, who is the Pitamaha forefather for everybody, and then ask for the remedy. Then Brahmadeva suggests that, okay, well, let's go to Jagat Guru, Lord Vishnu, for the final remedy, and then he would give that. The reason behind this one, when everyone goes to Lord Vishnu, the Devatas could not even remember the Vedas to chant him or praise him, and then they could not even see the Lord Vishnu when Vishnu appeared in front of them. It is because Vishnu is a Sattvaguna avatara. That means pure form of the light. So one cannot realize the light. That means one cannot experience the God when they get affected with the Rajas or Tamogunas. So one should be pure in their heart. When Devatas got affected due to pride, which is a Rajaguna, quality of the Rajaguna, and then they lost and they forgot the Vedas, and then they could not even remember the Vedas. They could not even see the Lord Vishnu. Brahmadeva, on behalf of the Devatas, they consult Vishnu and then they could listen that. After the expression gives here is, the reason behind this one is, one should be very careful while doing anything. They should not get affected with the rajas or tamogunas. Even when they get affected, they should work on to correct the mistake. That is the reason why one should approach the Guru. This is what Adi Shankara says in the Bhajagovanda Stotra. Guru Charanambuja Nirbhara Bhaktaha Samsara Dachirat Bhavamuktaha Sendriya Manasa Nimadevam Drakshesa Nijayasya Hridayastham Devam. That is the last shloka of the Bhajagovandam. You do whatever it is there, but eventually, if you hold the lotus feet of the Guru, so that is the kind of like acting as a ship to make you from the human life to divine life. This is what the basic reason. So then Lord Vishnu suggests that the Indras, Devatas, you make a deal with the Rakshasas and then do the Ksheerasagar Mathanam. And then he suggests that step-by-step procedure. This is what it is. So he suggests them to take the Mandara Parvata and then put it in the Ksheerasagaram. And then take the Vasaki as a rope and then tie around it and then churn it in the Ksheerasagaram until you get the Amritam. And then Lord Vishnu suggests them clearly, forget about anything, ignore about anything which is coming out of the Ksheerasagaram, and then don't bother about them until you get the Amritam. Amritam is your ultimate goal, but don't bother about anything. This is a very, very, very important instruction that a guru gave to disciples during the yoga sadhana. So this is it. This is a pictorial representation of. But who are the Devatas? Who are the Rakshasas? So though Devatas and Rakshasas are the qualities of the gunas, Devatas are the qualities of the Sattva guna, which is fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and then chastity, self-control, ahimsa, satyam, dharmam. All these are the characteristics of the Sattva guna. And then qualities of the Asuras is desires, passion, pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, all these things. These are clearly explained in Bhagavad Gita 16th chapter, Daivasura Sampat Vibhaga Yogam. These all represents, Devatas represents the positive character of your human brain, and then Rakshasas represent the negative characteristics of the human mind. It's all about the human, how a human can become divine or God through his practice by eliminating the negative characteristics. So this represents, and the entire story represents, I have given the detail here. There are several items which is mentioned by Lord Vishnu. The Mandara Parvata, that itself represents the Meru, that means the spinal cord of the human body. Spinal cord is a very much important tool where the energy flows from the Mooladhara, the tip of the sacral region, and then it goes to Sahasrara. So that goes in between the spinal cord. There is a called as a halo space, which is called as Sushumna Nadi. And then it is surrounded by like one side Ida Nadi and then another side Pingala Nadi will be there, just alongside of the spinal cord. So Mandara mountain represents the spinal cord. And then Vasaki, a serpent, represents the serpent symbolic in the Sanskrit languages, like a movement, the movement of energy which goes in the serpent ray. So Vasaki serpent represents the nerves, which is going alongside of the, you know, one second, yeah, alongside of the Meru, like the spinal cord. So if you can see this slide, if you look at this one, this is the pictorial represent of the energy flows via Ida and Pingala Nadis. Ida is the left nerve, Pingala is the right nerve. The both will be connected at the brain region, and then they both will be joined at Kundalini Mooladhara region. So if you look at them from the top view, it looks like a coil of a serpent. That representation is clearly given at the end of the this one. One second. Yeah, at the bottom of the Mooladhara chakra, this is the Kundalini. That is nothing but the serpent. The Vasaki represents the serpent, and then Devatas stood at the tail side of the serpent, and then Rakshasas stood at the head side of the serpent. Head side it will, with the Vasaki, in the previous figure, I've clearly described this one. So with the thousands of heads, the Vasaki produce the poisonous flames, and then with that one, so many Rakshasas will be died off. This represents when we start churning our mind through intense yoga practice. That means pranayama. This is churning, means going back and forth like this. This is called as Nadi Shuddhi Pranayama. That means taking the breath from the left nostril and then leaving it, exhale with the right nostril, and then inhale with the right nostril and then exhale with the left nostril. This comprises like one cycle. Like this, we have to do multiple cycles to purify our body and then mind. This entire process is called pranayama, this churning. When we do the churning, so all the negativities from our body will be died off, which will be thrown out of the body. That means positivities will be taken as a prana, as a form of prana, and the negativities will be thrown out of from our body in the form of apana. Prana, apana. Apana represents the Rakshasas, prana represents the Devatas, which is positive energy. So to symbolize that thing, from the thousands of heads of the Vasaki, all the Rakshasas will be burnt off. So many Rakshasas will be burnt off. But the flames will be affected the Devatas also, as per the story. That means while doing the initial stage of the pranayama, until one gets master, so there will be some kind of side effects also present, which will be coming out of the during the pranayama. But those will be gone after consistent practice by taking the suggestions from the Guru. This represents that. Vasaki represents this one. And then next one is, yeah, the Devatas. Devatas, Asuras, we already covered that. And then Kshetrasagram, the Milky Ocean, represents the consciousness. So when the consciousness is there, that should be churned out. And then we should separate our ego and all the human related demonic feelings there. And then we should achieve merge ourselves with the universal consciousness. That represents the Kshetrasagram. And then mantra means churning. This is a practice. And then poison and other items come out of the ocean are nothing but the siddhis, various aspects, various powers that will be coming out during our sadhana. And the next step will be, so Vishnu asked the Mandara Parvata to churn. When Devatas and then Rakshasas started churning, so they forgot to perform the puja to Lord Vigneswara. Because of that thing, as per the story, the Mandara Parvata will be sinking into the ocean. Then they again perform the puja to Vinayaka. As per Skanda Purana, they perform the Vinayaka Vratam. And then Vinayaka directs Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu will be incarnated as a tortoise, big tortoise. And then they lifted the mountain. The tortoise represents, that is the asanam. This is the asanam. So when to perform any asana, right, to perform any yoga sadhana, one should stabilize their body first. For stabilizing the body, there are several asanas mentioned in as per the yoga, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, and then these kind of yoga darshanas. One is the asana, Sukhasana, Padmasana, Vajrasana. All these things will be helping us stabilizing the body. But to stabilize the body correctly, we should get some external support in the form of kurma. So as per this is called asana siddhi and asana shuddhi, purification of asana. Before performing any japa or anything, we should pray the Anantasana Namaha, Kurmasana Namaha. We should pray Lord Kurma. So and then we should draw some Kurma yantra as per the scriptures, Tantra scriptures and all. That represents the Kurma that gives us stability in our sadhana. So because of that represents Kurma Avatara, and then it lifted the Mandara Parvata so that Devatas could continue churning. This is the first step. This is the first obstacle, I can say. And the next one is, after churning, they'll be getting the halahalam, which is a poison. Halahalam, the nature of the halahalam poison is destruction. So destruction means completely eliminating and then destroying everything. This is called Laya. So Rudra is the Laya Karaka. Lord Shiva is the Laya Karaka, who is responsible for the destruction. There is a temporary destruction and then permanent destruction. The temporary destruction is called Laya, which is sleep. So when anybody seriously started yoga sadhana, and then if you want to perform any japam or any kind of thing, the moment you sit, you will feel that very calm state, and then you will be feeling that you are doing a lot of japa and all. But actually doing is you will be sleeping inside. So without, and then this layer represents also ignorance. So first of all, one should overcome the ignorance to receive the positive, and then more and more experience the more and more to the higher levels, higher planes of the consciousness. So to overcome that thing, one should pray Lord Shiva. That represents the entire story. So when Halahalam comes up, everybody gets scared, and then they approach Lord Shiva and then pray them. Lord Shiva comes there, and then it was taken by Lord Shiva and then kept in his throat region, and then everybody will be happy, and then they could continue chanting. So the first obstacle has been removed. First obstacle is Kurma Asana, Asana Shuddhi. Second one is to overcome the ignorance. That means we should be sensitive enough to receive the positive tendencies, positive frequencies that will be coming during the sadhana. If we are ignorant, or if we are in a sleep state, we will not be able to experience the God consciousness. So both obstacles have been removed. That is a very much important thing. The next one is we'll be getting various items that I've explained clearly in the next slides. So we have, one second. Yeah, I'll minimize this one. Yeah. So the first one comes out of the churning is Kamadhenu. Kamadhenu represents the go. So the cow is the primary thing to perform any yajnas or to perform the Vedas. The cow go represents the Vedas. Go means in Sanskrit is race. Go means indriyas. Go means like that consciousness, and then so many meanings are there. But here the first thing comes out of the churning is Kamadhenu, which will be taken by rishis. That represents the dharma. So as a part of, like, as a human life, we have 4 purusharthas, namely dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Being moksha is the ultimate goal, and then dharma is the base, the very base platform. With the dharma, we should acquire some money and all to fulfill our worldly desires, and then with the dharma, we should fulfill our kama. When we overcome the artha and kama, the moksha will be the ultimate thing that one will be, the sadhaka will be getting it. The moksha represents the amritam. The halahalam represents the basic obstacle, and then the kamadhenu represents the dharma. So with the kamadhenu, it was taken by rishis, because the sages and rishis are the responsible persons to preserve the Vedas and the Vedic knowledge, and then spread the Vedic knowledge to all the people. That's the reason why the rishis have been taken this kamadhenu. And then after that one, there are several items that comes up. Ucheshra, which is a powerful horse that was taken by Bali. Airavata, which is an elephant that can go anywhere, that was taken by Indra. And then the gemstone, which is called as Kaustubha, that was taken by Mahavishnu. And then Kalpavriksha or Parijatam, that can produce anything to fulfill the worldly desires, that was taken by Devatas. So here the Ucheshra, Airavata, and then gemstone, Kaustubha, and Kalpavriksha, all these related to Artha, to fulfill our worldly lives, worldly desires. These comes under category of Artha. So this was taken. And the next one comes up as Apsarasas. Apsarasas represent the Kama, because Apsarasas are nothing but, it's not only physical form of females or anything, but it's a form of attraction. The Kama is nothing but the attraction to get any desire and anything. Kama is the basic reason for everything. So to overcome the desire or to overcome the attraction, we should not get attracted to anything. So otherwise that will become the distraction for our progress. So we should, the sadhaka should overcome the attraction. So that represents the Apsarasas. And then this is Kama. Once after getting this one, there is Mahalakshmi will be coming out of the churning. Mahalakshmi represents the Siddhis. So Siddhi means the ability to hold the various powers. Like while performing the yoga practice, one may get lot of powers. So, but one should be ignorant towards powers, and that they should not use the powers for any benefits. If they use the powers for any personal benefits, that would cause a lot of issues to the sadhaka. Sadhaka might fallen from the higher planes to lower planes. So we have seen so many people who use the powers for the magic kind of thing, and then later they will be disappearing. We will be hearing about the news about so many Swamijis and all like that. So one should not use that thing. So to represent that thing, all the devatas and then Rakshasas, although they get attracted towards it, so they will ignore about the Mahalakshmi and then they'll offer the Mahalakshmi to get married to Lord Vishnu. And then she gets married to Lord Vishnu. That means whatever the siddhis coming out during the sadhana, the siddhis are nothing but the Antaringaka Shakti of the Parameshwara. So we should leave that Antaringaka Shakti with Parameshwara only. That represents the Mahalakshmi getting married to Mahavishnu. And then the final thing comes out of is Varani. Varani means a goddess of wine. So then devatas neglect about that thing and then they give to Rakshasas. That means the negative forces should get attracted towards the wine, these kind of another attractions, so that the sattva guna will not get affected. To represent that thing, Varani will be given to Rakshasas. And then finally Dhanvantari with nectar, Amrutam comes up. So the nectar is the Amruta state. Amruta state means like no mrutatvam, no dead. So this is no dead, that is a state one may get. That means it is salvation. It is the attaining the mukti state. But here comes up, there is a warning. So the devatas, the moment the nectar comes out of the thing, right? Then the Rakshasas will be taken out the nectar bottle and then they will run away. And then devatas will be crying again and then they will approach the Mahavishnu. Mahavishnu incarnated as a Mohini, and then he gets the Amrutam back. He cheated the Rakshasas, Asuras, and then he gives the Amrutam back to devatas. This is a very, very, very important and then key aspect of the story here, because at the beginning of the churning process, being a Guru, Jagat Guru, Mahavishnu suggests devatas, whatever it comes out of during the churning process, ignore about that thing and then don't take anything. But being a sadhakas, the devatas have taken the Airavata elephant and then Kalparukshas, Apsarasas, all these things. That means they could not overcome the Ardha Kamas. When the sadhakas is failed in overcoming the Ardha Kamas, they are not eligible to attain the muktis. To represent that thing, once they get the Amritam, the Amritam was taken away by the Rakshasas, demons. But that can be overcome by surrendering ourselves, truly surrendering with the Sharanagati, or in the Bhakti Nava, with Bhakti Marga, we can say that Atmanivedanam, which is the 9th stage of the Bhakti Marga. Once we completely surrender ourselves to the Paramatma, lotus feet of the Paramatma, being a Jagat Guru, he can clear off all the obstacles. To represent that thing, again, the Devatas realize their mistake. When they approach Lord Vishnu, he incarnated as a Mohini and then given the Amritam back to Devatas. After drinking the Amritam, they could defeat the demons. In the next episode will be Devasara Sangramam. They will defeat all the demons effortlessly. That represents once a sadhaka attains the Jivan Mukta Sthiti, like a Bhagavan Raman Maharshi or Swami Vivekananda or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and many yogis, they will not bother about it, they will not need to conquer the negativities. The negativities will be conquered effortlessly, relentlessly. That shows this entire episode. So what I would say is, so we should start thinking, we should start looking each and every story of the Puranic or Itihasas in the deeper perspective with the intent of learning something, so that gives us, that opens up a lot of other things, and then we can experience what rishis have followed, and then so many ways rishis have been followed. So those ways, like we can try to get that information and then we can use it in the day-to-day lives, and then we can start making progress towards attaining mukti, being our ultimate goal. So with this one, I'll try to conclude, and then thank you, Guruji, for giving me this great opportunity to share my views and with my experience and all these things, and in front of the wide forum. Thank you so much, Guruji. My salutations. Namo Namaha. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramachandra Sharma, and you have worked so hard and enlightened us with so much knowledge. And in between, you threw in some words just casually. I don't know if it means much to you, but Paramahans Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda you mentioned. with respect to achieving mukti, the one thing that we really learn from Paramahansa Ramakrishna is the mumukshatva, the desire he had for Mother Kali. If we can have such a desire in our life, I think we will definitely receive salvation. God himself comes to fight the battle on our behalf and burn all our karmic seeds. Thank you for instilling in us this intense desire for God as a concluding talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Ramachandra, ultimately our sessions end with the Chirasagara Mathana, which will ultimately give us the Amrita, and that Amrita will make us very much beneficial. Thank you. We were able to get a wonderful discourse on this, and it is not enough time, but anyway, you ran, but thank you very much. We are not, and we hope for some other time a detailed talk. So now, Bhatji, please conclude. If anything.
Okay. Okay, Guruji. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Sarve Santu Niramaya Sarve Bhadrani Pashyanto Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Tat. Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Shri Veda Purusha Ashirvadostu. Om Tat Sat.
Yes, today we conclude, Ritaji, and tomorrow, hopefully on time, we'll meet and then have next session, next installment of that. And thanks one and all to have participated and made the whole program successful. Om Shanti
Om
Shanti.
Shanti Shanti. Namaskaram, Guruji.
చెప్పండి ఒక చిన్న మంత్రం చెప్పండి అగ్నేయ సంథింగ్ just recite one small mantra శాంతి మంత్ర
ఓం నమో బ్రహ్మణే నమో అస్త్వగ్నయే నమః పృథివ్యే నమః ఓషధీభ్యః నమో వాచస్పతయే నమో విష్ణవే బృహతే కరోమి ఓం శాంతి శాంతి శాంతిః ఓం శన్నో మిత్రః శం వరుణః శన్నో భవత్వర్యమా శన్న ఇంద్రో బృహస్పతిః శన్నో విష్ణురుక్రమః నమో బ్రహ్మణే నమస్తే వాయో త్వమేవ ప్రత్యక్షం బ్రహ్మాసి त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु तत्सत् परब्रह्मार्पणमस्तु स्वस्ति.
Thank you all. So,
thank you.
Recording stuff.
Thank you all.
So Prasad must stop the recording.